Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for another live stream. And we are continuing where we left off yesterday. Playing some more Lord of the Rings Hearts of Iron 4 mod. We were in the middle of a war. Hope you guys are doing well. Having a nice Thursday. Almost made it to the weekend, but not quite. Try to get you over the hump today. I'm jamming, dude. Back when we used to make good music. I'm just kidding. Chat, name that soundtrack. I dare you. But you're right. I am right. If a non-sub can name the soundtrack before a sub, I will gift you a sub. It is not Mega Man. It is not Wave Runner. It is an indie game. So it'd be difficult for you to guess. You just have to know. You guys are all subs also, yeah, that's a good point. Non-subs, mod check? Non-subs, do you exist? They're too scared to come out of lurk. They click, they don't want to be seen, they don't want to be observed. They're hiding so that they can't be squished. What's up, beginning of stream subs? Thanks, Talisaurus, who says, hey. Hey yourself. Thanks for dropping the prime. I'll give you a hint. It's an indie game that is sort of... I don't know what it's sort of Sonic inspired. It's 16-bit. Spark the Electric Jester. Wow, you finally got it. Somebody finally got it. How long did it take you to pull out Shazam, Eric? You know what? I know you used Shazam, but at least you're resourceful. Unlike the rest of these slubs. So here's your $6 sub. Why are subs $6 now and about to be $8 on the app? What kind of hell are we living in now? So enjoy your gift sub. I love that you still have Shazam installed on your phone and ready to use. But yeah, the $8 mobile one's the only one that I'm actually upset about. The $6 one, I'm not so upset about because I actually do get more money as a result of the $6 subs. So that one's less egregious. Whereas the inflated price of the mobile ones, no, I don't see any of that money. Mobile subs are going to be like $8 in October, I think. If I'm not mistaken. They're jacking the price up for the same thing. Hello, gamers. Welcome back. But yeah, for the $6 subs, streamers do get more of a cut. However, for Prime subs, we don't get more money. And for mobile subs, we don't get more money. We just get the normal... We get a Probably, I would assume it's based on $6 sub split for mobile. I don't know anymore. They've just obfuscated it so much that a check just it's not literally a check, but a check comes in every month, and I'm just like, yep, I guess that's how much money I made. I don't know who keeps track of that, because I can't. Can't wait for live gaming. Hello, Influx. How's it going? What's up, Shine Wolf? Overtly Esoteric, Ombre Moon, welcome back. Maybe they'll use the money to make a mobile app that isn't awful. No, I don't think that matters how much money they make. I think it's just always going to be bad, I guess, because the last mobile app update was terrible. Oh, man. Didn't I say a couple years ago I don't think Twitch is going to be around in 5 to 10 years? I stand by that. I think the trajectory that's being taken is consistent with my expectations from a couple years ago. I'm pretty sure Twitch will be around in 3 years. Right, at this pace. Current trajectory, I would be surprised if they're still here in 5 years. Like in any meaningful way. I would say five to... It's hard to say. 5, 6, 7 years, somewhere in there. That's kind of like my expectation of Twitch imploding. How long it'll take. Because if they're gonna keep releasing mobile apps that convince people to stop using the app, if they're gonna continue to raise the prices of everything to convince people to stop subscribing, I don't really see where else it could go. And I promise you, at some point, Prime subs will get taken away. Eventually. I don't know how long that'll take. But I would not be surprised if Amazon squeezes the juice out. This guy's getting paid to hang out with us? I thought he just liked us. I do like streaming. And I also like shared game experiences, so I got that going for me. What's up, Lashley? Etel playing with mods? I am playing with mods. I'm doing some Lord of the Rings. There were a few people in chat upset yesterday that I wasn't playing Kaiserreich, which is classic. Imagine playing something you're actually interested in, like The Lord of the Rings. But also I was somewhat influenced, I guess, because when I was playing Hearts of Iron, Fairlight was hanging out in here, and he was playing the Lord of the Rings mod and was hanging out in this chat. And mentioned the Lord of the Rings mod, and I was like, huh. So then I watched some of his stream, and it looked cool. So I was like, I might as well check that out. I might enjoy it single player. Though I can see how this would be a lot of fun in multiplayer, because it's a much more condensed map. And there's fewer total factions. The total conversions for Hearts of Iron and CK3 are amazing. They are, this has been a lot of fun, yeah. We're playing as Rohan, or Rohan, depending on your inclinations. And we're in the year 3023, which is a few years after the start of the game. Which, if you were doing like a brand new one, can you see what year? I guess I'd have to start over, but yeah, you got Sauron, Denethor, Theoden, you got all your main factions, and yes, they do have some custom focus trees, which some of which are pretty OP. The research trees and the individual units seem pretty OP. but balance is hard, okay? That's why you're playing mods. Balance is hard. It's possible to make units that have like 400 to 600 breakthrough casually without really trying to even stack it. Like, you just accidentally have a 500 breakthrough unit to start with. And, like, hundreds and hundreds of soft attack. How do you get out of here? I think I have to, like, select the country, then backspace. Then I can load in. There we go. But check out the map. Look at our progress. Taking the horsies to Isengard. Yeah, so we had some fun yesterday. By the way, can confirm this is ahistorical. Aside from the Civil Wars, it doesn't feel super ahistorical. But yeah, the war rages on. So some things are definitely happening to keep some spicy things going. Most recently, at the end of the stream yesterday, we did eliminate Saruman as a contender. But what's funny is we were able to annex Orthanc and take his tower. So we are now in control of the home territory of Saruman. He, however, does continue to survive as our next door neighbor in the Isengard outskirts. Because good guy Gondor, led by King Aragorn, who they allowed to take the throne before the war was even over. Apparently, Denethor just stepped down and allowed Aragorn. I didn't even have to support his claim. He just took the throne. Good guy Aragorn changed the government type of Saruman to Reformed Isengard, so he's cooperative now, and gave him a small bit of land just south of Orthanc in order to live out the rest of his days as a good wizard. So he's totally changed now. No longer isolationist, he's cooperative, willing to help everybody out. Still has excessive orc breeding, which is pretty funny. Committed to the dark. So Aragorn sits on the throne of Gondor now, and invited a bunch of people to the Gondor Alliance. So, you know, they wanted to be called Gondor Alliance. They wanted their name in the front. I said, whatever. You know what? I'm not gonna try and split hairs over whose name gets to be in the title. And so we are Theoden, who is not affected by Wormtongue anymore. We had to accept Grima Wormtongue into our services. That's mandatory. And then when we allowed Gandalf in, and we killed him. Not Gandalf. We killed Grima. We did try to take the ring, however, while they were passing through, and we wounded a couple of the Fellowship, and one of our generals died. But that was because we were affected by Grima, of course. Like, Wormtongue was telling me to do it, so I didn't want to do it, but I did try to take the ring. I had to make an attempt. So, as the path went on to the end here, we were able to finally bulk up and fortify our capital in Edoras instead of fortifying Helm's Deep. And we cleansed the orc invasion, most importantly, which was having a huge debuff from Saruman. So orc pillaging was reducing our recruitable population. We have a million potential manpower that we need to figure out how to muster. Stability was down 15%. Production efficiency growth was down 10%, but most importantly, perhaps, our factories were 33% less output. So we had some real trouble mobilizing production of weapons and horses as a result of that 33% debuff. So that's finally gone. And not only is that gone, but because Saruman has lost, we were able to reclaim... Okay, can I hide... I don't know how to hide all units, but I can at least hide ally units. We were able to reclaim some of our lost territory because Isengard had a national focus that allowed them to just take this territory away from us without us being able to do anything. And there were a few factories there, but there's space for 9 factories. But we got to get more than that. So we got to take Orthanc itself, which has 17 factories, 12 military, 5 civilian. We got to take the Fords of Eisen, which has another 8 factories, 5 civilian, 3 military. And then we got to take the West March was already ours, right? So mainly we got these two. Arnor wants our help in their war efforts. Are we not already at war with your people? Intwood wants our help. Enemies Haradwaith and Rune. Am I crazy, or are we not already at war? I'll accept, but I'm not really sure who they want me to go to war with. Okay, we haven't really unpaused yet, so I have to allocate those factories, number 1. Number 2, our divisions are technically in exile in Isengard or somewhere, because I don't think we have military axes here. And then on top of that, we have to check some decisions. We only have 99 political power, because that has been going up very slowly. And I need to change what our focus is. I think I want to go finish all this stuff over here. Anti-tank weapons, ballista focus. Okay, sure. I'll grab that. And then we need to move all of our troops because we do still have a massive war in the east. But yeah, this was crazy actually, because Aragorn invited a ton of nations to join an alliance, and way more people than I expected said yeah. So Gondor's got a pretty big group. Is this Reclaim Orthanc Isengard gets event? Gondor requests hegemonic alliance. Gains core on Isengard. Well, not if I take it first, I guess. I did all the lifting, heavy lifting there. We blitzed into Orthanc with our light cav and just swept over and encircled them. Oh, here we go. Defender of the Free Peoples. Can send volunteer forces, gets a buff for Defender of Middle-earth. Expand the alliance. So Erebor, Isengard, Lothlorien, and Gundabad get invited to the faction. Affiliate with the remnants of Arnor. I think that they can, like, reunify with Arnor or demand reinstatement. Wed Faramir to Eowyn. I feel like those are exclusively my people. How do you have control over what Faramir and Eowyn are doing? I don't know. Okay, Gondor meddling in my affairs. Either way, they invited way more people than I thought they were going to, and way more people said yes. So the Ints were like, yeah, sure. And you might say, well, of course the Ints wanted to go to war with Saruman, but in this timeline, they did not burn down the Entwood. Saruman just took over a bunch of land in the Inedwaith. Otherwise, he was completely isolationist. But then he declared war on the rest of Inedwaith, and then... Did Gondor declare war on Isengard, or did Isengard declare war on Gondor? I don't remember who happened who. But yeah, the Entwood didn't even have their force burned down. They were just like, yep, I'm joining this alliance. And then Arnor, led by Grant Walter, it's a oddly normal name, said yeah, and even the Mirkwood joined. So Thranduil not only joined the war, but also sent us 16 divisions of volunteers, which I'm assuming went back at this point. So the elves showed up. 16 divisions is a significant amount. So the alliance looks that, and then I guess Dale is also there, led by Brand. And then it's us versus all of Rune, which is on our border to the east. It's a very small border, but one that we're about to break into, and our cav will hopefully just ride across and conquer. We'll see how that goes. And then Mordor is now controlled by the Mouth of Sauron. Sauron was overthrown by communist orcs in a civil war. And the free orcs of Mordor ruled briefly in Mordor before Herodwaith and Rune declared war on them. And now the Mouth of Sauron is in control of Mount Doom and Barad-dûr. And they are at war with Gondor, fighting in the south of Gondor here, and also on the east. And then we expect Rune to have something like 500,000 deployed troops, and Herodwaith to have like maybe 750k. We think Gondor has about 850k. We have about 700k. So we've been mustering a lot of our troops. We've been mobilizing. So I think the difficult terrain is going to be the biggest obstacle today, because there is no supply out here. It is a wasteland, because we have to actually cross over the dead marshes to get to the Rune proper. So we're literally at war in the dead marshes, which seems like the worst possible time for a raid. Speaking of raiders, and they call it to mine. What's up? The AA fam is here. Gilmadesh, I know who you are. Get in here. What's up? We just went live playing The Lord of the Rings, Hearts of Iron, and you guys just got here at the end of the entire recap. So if every single raider right now could just go to the VOD, rewind 5 minutes, and watch that instead of me having to explain it a second time in a row, I'd really appreciate it. Also, I have to blow my nose. So while I blow my nose directly into the microphone as loud as I can, listen to this. Okay, so to recap the recap, I am a horse guy. I'm a horse boy, okay? I want to own a pony, and I want to train it, and I want to feed it, and I want to live on 4 acres of land with my horses. Now, what's up, Raiders? Thanks so much for the raid. How you guys doing? I was enjoying hanging out during the RimWorld earlier, while A was jamming some no pause, which is my absolute nightmare situation, by the way. That is the most anxiety I could have, is playing RimWorld no pause. I like to be paused at least 80% of the time while I'm playing RimWorld. But I hope you're here by choice and not because you were forced out. Okay, I didn't think the song had lyrics. I hope you're here by choice and not because you lost everything tragically in a disaster of I don't know if you're playing with Randy or Cassandra, actually, now that I think about it. But if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed the Great Ambiguous Amphibian, you should do so now. He's playing some RimWorld today, some no pause. I don't know what difficulty you're playing on. 100%, he definitely blew up. I told them you were more entertaining than me. Well, content creators are notorious and habitual liars. So I am now going to tell you all lies. I am more entertaining, okay? That's just the simple truth of the matter. And you know how I know that? It's because I have a camera. Face reveal win, AA. Face reveal win. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you are ready for some Lord of the Rings action. No, I'm joking. Ambiguous Amphibian is one of the GOATs. I don't know if you're making this series for YouTube or if you're doing like a stream-only series, but always makes fantastic videos on whatever game he chooses to play, whether it's streaming or YouTube, and is finding new, innovative, and creative ways to make old, stinky games remain fun, which I appreciate. Because I feel like the well of new interesting games is dwindling year over year. So having to squeeze more juice out of the old classics, I think, is necessary. This is fascist? I'm sorry, we're actually a cooperative here, okay? We've even told Saruman to move out of his tower in Orthanc and stop being so fascist. Now he's a cooperative too. So Rohan is in control of the White Tower. We have to go to war with not Sauron in Mordor, which is to our east, with Mount Doom and Barad-dûr. I think he's been confined to his tower, because in control of the home area of Sauron is the Mouth of Sauron after communist orcs rose up in rebellion and overthrew Sauron. Not too pleased with that was the Mouth of Sauron from Haradwaith to the south, who declared war on the communist orcs. And he is now in control, as I would describe him as fascist. But if you're trying to say fascist, I don't think he's fascist either, because he has covered his face. You can't even see it. Say more about the juice. Is the juice worth the squeeze is the question that every content creator has to ask themselves. And the answer is, content is just a stress ball for all of us. You have to squeeze as hard as you can. You don't even care if juice comes out anymore. You just squeeze because you have to. But yes, we're playing a Lord of the Rings Total Conversion mod for Hearts of Iron. And we are in the alliance with King Aragorn, who has ascended to the throne by permission, I suppose. Denethor just allowed him to rise up and form an alliance. The Gondor alliance now includes Rohan, the Ents volunteered, and the Elves of Mirkwood, all sorts of people. There was a brief war between Dale and the Kingdom of Erebor, the dwarves versus Brand, and the elves stepped in and said, no, none of that. We'll put that aside, and they immediately stopped the war. There was also a civil war in Moria, and now the Free Orcs of Moria, led by the creepy orc, Gulthurg, is controlling Moria. So the hobbits decided to go around. They were not going to have any of that. They, instead of going through Moria, they actually traveled south along the Misty Mountains and passed through Isengard. In this timeline, Saruman didn't even try and stop them. He just let them go through. So when they entered Rohan, of course I had to try and take the ring. And no, I'm not making this up. There was actually a full Fellowship of the Ring mechanic where the event log of the Fellowship is tracked from their beginnings in the Shire, and every single stop along the way that they take to their ultimate goal. They are currently near Minas Morgul, or they're attempting to go to Minas Morgul. The Fellowship is bypassing the Black Gate and going through the pass of Cirith Ungol. They have arrived in North Ithilien. So when the Fellowship is in your territory, you actually have an opportunity to help or try and steal from the Fellowship. And we attempted to steal from the Fellowship, and one of our generals was killed. And one or two of the Fellowship, I think we wounded Boromir, if I'm not mistaken, or someone, ultimately leading to Boromir's death. It's actually possible for the Fellowship to get intercepted and die along the way because they have their own character stats: health, attack damage, dexterity, stealth. So right now the Fellowship, of course, is Frodo, Samwise, and Gollum, who have been moving along at a pretty steady trek, I think. The Fellowship just went through the Dead Marshes. They did get attacked by the Free Orcs of Mordor, and those killed Boromir. But everyone else is fine. In this timeline, Gimli was actually not a member of the Fellowship. It was another dwarf named Bombur. Bombur joined the Fellowship, so different people can join the Fellowship in this mod. If you want, you actually do get summoned by Rivendell, who is now known as the Rivendell Collective, led by Lindir, and they are half communist revolutionaries. I assume that's what that means. So Elrond has been ejected after maybe they were displeased at how he handled the Fellowship and the ring situation. I'm trying to see if there's anything else crazy going on. Galadriel's still in Lothlorien. There are some other kingdoms lesser featured in the movies like Angmar and Arnor. Where's the Shire? Why is Hobbiton just part of the kingdom of Arnor now? Did they submit to Min? Well, I just noticed that the Shire is missing. They have their own custom focus trees in this mod. Invest in the Shire and enforce control over the Shire. I'm assuming that has something to do with it. They united the Kingdom of Arnor and asked multiple groups to join their defense pact, and they are trying to reunite with Gondor. So that could be interesting. All right, I need to get a different soundtrack on before I get DMCA'd. Actually, that's Omega Strikers, which I haven't played, but okay. Let's do a little bit of Crusader Kings soundtrack. I think would go with this nicely. Now, let me read some chat. Thanks again for the raid, Raiders. I appreciate it. Okay, this is pretty funny. Surreal Chips. What's up, dude? Edogelbard. Welcome from the AA raid. But anyway, seriously, how was the rest of RimWorld? How did that go? Very appreciative of you sending your awesome community over here. And we'll do a shout out again in the chat if for my viewers who may have missed it the first time. We're still getting settled in. I just started streaming like a few minutes ago, and I was trying to collect my bearings because we have a war afoot. I am at war with the entire East and South and Mordor, and we're about to have to move all of our armies and cavalry over. In this mod, you actually have a custom focus trees. So research trees and focus trees. So they tried to change everything. Tanks in regular Hearts of Iron, which is a World War II simulation, are horses. So not only do you need to research different tiers of horses, from light cavalry to mounted archers to maybe heavy cavalry if you wanted to go something slower but more heavily armed and armored, you also have a horse designer, which I think is hilarious, under the armored vehicles tab. So you can choose, we of course named our bow archers the Bohirim, as you do. But yes, they have a full custom horse designer where you get to choose what breed of steed you want to ride, what type of saddle would you like to mount it with, what barding would you like to equip it with, how many equipment slots does it have, how fast do you want to manufacture your horses to go? That's up to you. How much I don't know what armor increase means. Do you just make their their skin thicker? Whatever, you know what I mean. Are we just like using breeding practices and technologies in order to manufacture faster and stronger horses? We have to produce them from scratch. Waiting for the ETEL no pause run. There will never be one, probably. However, definitely going to play some more RimWorld at some point. We had a full 28 days straight of RimWorld, like 10 hours a day, when the DLC came out. And I sort of got my fill after 300 straight hours of RimWorld and it took me 300 hours to finish a campaign. So that was an adventure. Making our own haunted facility of paranormal creatures. But it was a fun campaign for sure. All right, let's move some troops around and get this show on the road, shall we? We're having to repurpose all of our units from Isengard because Saruman has been banished to the Isengard outskirts, where he will now live a peaceful life, potentially as a farmer, while I look down upon him from the top of his tower, Orthanc. We're going to unpause here in a second and have to redistribute all the factories we just got, because Orthanc is a production powerhouse. And they have 12 military factories and 5 civilian factories there. In this case, in the mod, some things like factories still are called factories. But perhaps more hilariously is, of course, the infamous Tolkien choo-choo train, famously that supplied Helm's Deep from Edoras, making sure that the infrastructure between the two was rock solid at a level 5 train lines to make sure that we keep the troops in Helm's Deep as well supplied as they need to be. And of course, we can take that steam engine all the way up to Orthanc. An essential part of Lord of the Rings, I think we'll all agree. So yeah, while most of the things are different, some of the things are not, and it's pretty funny. However, I am happy that they did do some custom 3D units, so it's not just a bunch of World War II guys carrying guns around while they walk. So they do have some custom 3D models here, which is cool. Why didn't they just take the train to deliver the ring? Why didn't the Eagles take the train to deliver the ring? Okay, step 1 is going to be making sure that we put our best troops on the border with Rune here. I say that we try and capitulate Rune first. We have to cross the Dead Marshes to do that, unfortunately. Which, if we take a look at the terrain map mode, all of this yellow, kind of yellow-brown territory is all hills and marshes. All hills and marshes. So it's going to be the worst terrain to fight on. They have some significant penalties when you're fighting in and around marshes. So let me try and like find a marsh tile and we can click on that. It has plus 20% heat attrition, 50% more supply consumption. You also have 100% chance to get sick, which I don't even really know what that means. I guess that's just attrition related. And supply trucks get stuck in the mud, so you have 400% worse supply truck attrition, which in this case, supply trucks are actually horse-drawn wagons to supply your troops. And also you need to make trade caravans, wink, which are actually not trains, wink. So make sure that, where did our factory go? We lost one. We'll have to get it when we unpause. So let's get our cavalry units, which are still reeling from having blitzed into Orthanc from across the Westmarch River, which I don't know the name of because I'm not a lore nerd. And we're actually going to send them, all 18 of our horsey divisions, to this front line, and they should be able to cross quite quickly because they have a speed of about 13 kilometers per hour, roughly, somewhere there. The River of Isen? It might be the River of Isen, perhaps. These divisions are made entirely of light cavalry, which is a tank equivalent in Hearts of Iron. So, they have almost no organization, which in Hearts of Iron, organization is your soft hit points. It's basically like how many hits you can take, how organized you are before you have to retreat or stop attacking, one of the two. However, they make up for that with just an overwhelming amount of soft attack and breakthrough, which are the two stats we need to take down pretty much any infantry. Yeah, they're very glass cannons, so they have insane burst. About 360 horses, parentheses tanks, per division. And there's 18 divisions, so you could probably calculate how many horses we have if you did 18 times 360. And we need to train even more. We've also augmented them with support archers, parentheses artillery. And the support archers are just going to add even more soft attack bonuses. I'm trying to improve the reliability of these horses with a maintenance company, which I'm sure in the Lord of the Rings is taking care of their hooves, making sure they have clean horseshoes, making sure that their saddles are and their barding is intact. You know, horse things. Not horse wrenches and hammers. And then we've got an engineer company. You don't ever see people just carrying shovels around in Lord of the Rings, do you? But yeah, they need to be able to cross rivers more easily, travel through forests and hills and jungles. So they have that going for them. All right, we're going to get them over to that front. We've got 24 divisions of bannermen. These are kind of our, like, backbone infantry troops. And they're a little bit more balanced. They have 9 units of skirmishers, who are kind of our default guys. We've given them mass-produced, affordable spears and shields. Basic stuff. It's still decently like halfway down the tech tree for this, so it's not complete garbage. But we can produce these extremely fast. We also given them some standard bearers, so we carried flags along with us in order to bolster their spirits. That actually has a tangible increase on their organization with the bannermen. And then we give them a line of archers as support, so there's basically line artillery. And then some support archers as well. So they have about 48 longbows to go with their 1,000 spears, which doesn't seem like a good ratio of longbows to spear. We have like a huge amount of spearmen by comparison, but it works out, and the line archers are quite good. And then they have an engineer company. They have a first aid tent in order to make sure that the casualty rates are sustainable, and motorized recon, which in this case is a horse and buggy, in order to get some reconnaissance and some intel and some information. So that is what we're going with right now. The Bannerlords, yes, not Mountain Blade, not the Mountain Blade variety. Gotta tighten those horsey bolts. We do indeed. By the way, Grulon, thank you for the 49-month sub. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. And Rusting Knight also for the 19 months came in here after AA. Dropped it. Hello, Rusting Knight. And Taco Tyler with the E sub. Yo. E. And Coronis for 69 months. Chat, can we get a nice? Says Coronis. Nice. Okay. What else we got? Where are these guys gonna go? Here's the thing. We have only the border here with Rune, and then we need to kind of bolster Gondor's front line. So the front lines for Gondor, there's a small pass. It's not really a pass. Actually, it is a pass. These red jagged lines are impassable terrain. So it looks like they can push up through this corridor up to Moranon. So they have a small front here. And I need to turn back on my ally unit cards. We have a small pass at Minas Morgul on the western border of Mordor. And then we have the largest front is in the south, in the Herodwave. The problem we're going to run into is an issue of supplies. So it looks like Gondor has some supplies for now. However, it might not last as they push further and further in, because this is a giant open nothingness that's going to be difficult to fight in. What kind of terrain is in the south? Lots of desert. Desert and plains. So we have a significant amount of Bannerman troops, which I am going to send, I think, to the south. I think this is going to be my southern detachment here. And we are just going to, like, march 24 divisions to reinforce Gondor. Then I'm going to take these 8 divisions, which are primarily Bannerlords with a couple of conscripts. My conscripts are just your kind of bog standard skirmishers. They don't really have any line artillery, but they do have support archers, an engineer company, and some recon. So I'm going to send these guys to help at this port, kind of try and hold on to the port and these kind of land crossings. Do you have an end game goal? Well, it's the War of the Ring, Chris. My goal is to win and defeat evil, and then backstab Aragorn. What? I didn't say that. Where are these 12 divisions going to go? 6 conscripts. I think these should probably bolster the Eastern Front. So we have half Bannermen, half conscripts. This is going to be my... Ooh, actually, I guess the front line is much larger now, isn't it? That's a good point, because... Wait, no. The elves are not at war. So manning this front line would be ultimately fruitless, wouldn't it? Because they are not at war with Rune. Only I am. So I would not be able to attack into Rune from inside of their territory. So we need to attack from this tiny little border right here. Why do I have 24 divisions? Okay, these 24 divisions are also moving to that front, which I don't think is necessary. I'd like to send these divisions to the front with Minas Morgul. We're going to send half of them here, and the other half of them to Minas Morgul, and just do some reinforcing. There we go. I think we are ready to unpause and get our factories, because we haven't even pushed the factory. We haven't gotten the factories from Orthanc yet to build anything with. We've annexed Orthanc, and it is an occupied territory, so we are going to have to garrison it. Now, to garrison it, I'm probably going to need to figure out how the Lord of the Rings mod handles garrisoning, because there aren't any simple horse units. All the horses are tanks. So if I was to create a new empty division, who has the most suppression? Skirmishers have 1.5 suppression. And Lycav has 4, but Lycav is effectively tanks. And then carriages are, well, they're carriages, aren't they? So they have 2.2 suppression. So if I wanted to use carriages, I would have to take out of my surplus here, which is 4K. So there's not really an easy suppression unit available. Skirmishers would probably be the best, because I think we have more infantry equipment. So I think I would create a default garrison of, I don't even have enough army experience in order to make this, which makes it even worse. Because if I wanted to remove it, it would cost me 30 as well to do this. So yeah, we don't really have enough army XP to make a garrison division, which is sort of unfortunate. This is like if the combat in Crusader Kings 3 was actually decent. Wow, you have figured out Hearts of Iron, Corin. It is the, in my opinion, the only Paradox game that has good combat. And the combat is great, I would say. It's really handled quite well, and that's what makes it so replayable and fun, in my opinion. And if the other games had even a fraction of the tactical decisions that you make on the tactical level that you do in Hearts of Iron, they would be infinitely more fun. At least in my opinion. The Republic of Angmar is justifying a war against us. We have so far, I don't know how many troops we lost against Saruman, because it doesn't show me the, is there a way to see historical wars? I don't know how you could fix space combat in Stellaris. In my opinion, the best way to fix space combat in Stellaris is to actually have a more well-defined rock, paper, scissors style of ship-to-ship combat, number one, where as a player of Stellaris, it is not obvious what ships are designed to beat what ships. Like, you can look up information, but mostly it actually comes down to turret size, right? Not the ship itself, but rather what turret sizes and how many of each turret size a ship in Stellaris can be equipped with. Because smaller weapon sizes are to smaller ships, what larger weapon sizes are to destroy larger ships in general, right? And there is a little bit of choosing whether your weapon destroys shields or not. But ultimately, it kind of doesn't matter. Whereas in Hearts of Iron, you definitely can tell when there's enemy armor and you don't have anti-tank or piercing of your own, versus whether you are facing a host of enemy infantry and you make something that specializes in soft attack and you start cutting through that, or you make vehicles that are predicated on speed and outmaneuvering your opponent and simply encircling them and driving around them. There's a lot more easily discernible rock paper scissors decision making about do you want to even focus on your air force, because if you do have close air support you might win more ground battles, but is it worth competing against your neighbor because they have a much stronger fighter air force already, that they'll have air superiority, so what's the point? Like there's a lot more. The ground, air, and armor rock paper scissors is very well defined in Hearts of Iron. In Stellaris, you just kind of spam whatever ship you want, and you don't really actually see the results because your blob of ships fights the other blob of ships, and the most you can get is maybe a recap of who won and who lost and who died. And then, to make matters worse, when a side does lose, they will teleport back to their capital automatically, foregoing the entire retreating process. Even if you don't have technology to explain how they disappear and reappear at your capital, thereby making choke points and supply lines superfluous. And then on top of that, you can just build a space highway in every single system that you occupy, so that when you do go back and teleport to your capital and repair in a few seconds, you can just take the space highway back to the front line and re-engage again and again and again and again, or be engaged by the AI 10 times in a row while you are simply trying to bombard one of 10 planets, waiting for them to soften enough for you to be able to send in a ground invasion so that you can move one step forward. So it's just kind of chaos, in my opinion. The chaos is very controlled in Hearts of Iron. Retreating makes sense, organization makes sense, supplies make sense. Everything happens in a way that you can plan around and engage with in a tactile way. It doesn't feel like it's what's the word I'm looking for? Like the rules are well defined, and it doesn't feel like it's an unpredictable. It's a slog, but it's a slog that you can work around and make plans for. I just build a bunch of Titans / battleships. Yeah, that can happen too. There's a lot I love about Stellaris, but the combat pissed me off last time, and I haven't been back since. Because it always comes back to combat. It's a game that's ostensibly not about combat, but like it is about combat, and the same thing is true for Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings is not supposed to be about combat, but the moment-to-moment gameplay is combat, unfortunately. And as a result, because it's not good combat, I just get bored. Because you just raise the banners, lower the banners, raise the banners, lower the banners, raise the banners, lower the banners. And then hope the AI doesn't do something to throw everything down the toilet, basically. Nothing like having a fleet that's 4 times stronger than an enemy's, and you still lose for unexplained, non-obvious reasons. For me, it's just like, I think what happened in my campaign was we had a force that was on paper as strong as the opponent's force, or like a little bit stronger numerically in terms of power. And I sort of pulled back the curtain on the Wizard of Oz in a way that sort of broke things for me, because I threw the two blobs against each other and I lost. So I reloaded the save. Threw the same two blobs against each other and I won. Reload the save. Throw the same two blobs against each other and I lost. And then I lost. And then I won. And then I lost. And I was just like, well, none of it matters. You're just, I don't know, it just felt like nothing mattered, because I think I had like a bit stronger of a force and expected to win, but barely. And then when I saw that it's just throw blobs against each other and hope that RNG wins for you, and there's nothing you can do one way or the other to affect the outcome. Like, in Hearts of Iron, the battles are long enough, usually, unless you are overwhelming your enemy, that you have time to bring another unit in, or try to go for a flank, right? And push from, if I'm attacking this tile, I can choose to attack from this one, and this one, and I can choose when to make the push, because we're going across a river, so we need to watch out for the natural formations that'll affect us negatively. I can bring in air support. I can bring in close air support. If we're next to a shore, I can bring in shore bombardment. I can tactically nuke a tile that has 15 stacks on it in order to crack them open. I can build forts along the board to try to give myself defense, but I can use bombers to soften those, but I can repair, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many moving parts to every single battle. How do you nuke things in Lord of the Rings? Well, I mean, it's simple. You silly goose. Magic. Simply research alchemy until you've discovered exothermic reagents, and then unleash devastation. Okay? And then nuke Sauron before he can fight you. But yeah, I think I don't need combat to be as complex as it is in Hearts of Iron. I just need some real basic things changed in Stellaris to have fun. Number one, just copy the Star Sector damage model. Number two, change how retreating works functionally. Number three, delete space highways from the game, or at least make them prohibitively expensive so you can only make a couple of them. And you have to choose. It shouldn't be the type of thing where you just put one in every single system, because of course you do. You need to actually make it a decision and not just a city skyline's sewage pipe, in my opinion. All right, the Cav has arrived on the border, and we are going to use the Cav to try and, like, I think take this supply line is the only thing that makes sense. There are no supplies here. So there is an impassable border all the way down to here to Moranon. So I feel like if we were to just take Moranon and take all the way up to Uvenwaith, and then we grab every single slot that already has a train. I know, the Lord of the Rings trains are funky. But take every single one that already has a train. This is going to be kind of hard to defend here. Like, this spot in particular is assailable from 3 tiles. That should be the first spot. And there's really only a couple guys here, right? 2, 1, 2, 1. They're spread super thin because they're having to guard the entire border with our allies. Just in case Mirkwood... Wait, Mirkwood has joined the war. That's what this notification is. Oh, they are screwed. Yeah, Mirkwood just joined the war. All right. So we're going to tell the Horse Lords here, of which we have 18 divisions of 235 soft attack light cav with 400 breakthrough, which is how many attacks they can avoid while on the offensive, to just go hyper aggressive, send it, and then use their raw power and speed to go in. So in a given battle, Like this one right here where we're attacking from multiple sides. The Rohirrim Cav are just going to blast through these 28 defense skirmishers. General Aemir is going to handle this, I think. Chat, when do I get my annexed factories? We have 12, 24, 36 civilian factories, so I feel like those are there, but we have 39 military factories. I feel like we did not get the military factories from Isengard that we were supposed to get. But let me check on my logistics. So we've got 64,000 infantry equipment. I assume we just got a bunch from Isengard. Sneeze. I'm allergic to taking all of Isengard's infantry equipment. So what are we manufacturing right now? We're making mass-produced equipment that has 34 defense and 9 soft attack. So we have an excess of about 200 of those. They're better than all of it, except for some of the swordsman equipment. We only have 100 mounted archers, so we want to up that and start making some mounted archer divisions. We have 1.5k extra light cav, which is not enough to start training more. 6.5k bows extra is quite good, though. We even have 5,000 advanced longbows. 4,000 extra wagons, and 3,000 extra support equipment. So what that tells me is that it's time to start training some Bannerlords. We have 1 million manpower. So we're gonna make 12 Bannerlords and 12 conscripts. But what that also tells me is we need more support equipment. And we need a lot more mounted archers. And we need fewer bows. And we are gonna need some more trains. Oh god, yeah. Wait, no, we should. Why is this so bad? Convoys needed 4. Why do I need convoys? We have no water border. I don't know. All right, since we have 44,000 extra spears, which seems like a lot for us, I'm gonna take 2 factories off. Take 1 off of bows. 2 off of bows. There we go. Now we got the trade caravan set up. And we're gonna go back to mass-produced equipment. 2 more on support. 2 more on archers. 1 more on longbows. 1 more on trains. Probably one of the supply hubs you conquered is connected with a river. Supplies can travel down rivers. Chat, I don't even have a port, man. I'm not even allowed to queue up a boat. I have no ports. So who's getting the supplies? What's up, Paul? Thank you for the huge tier 3 sub, dude. I appreciate the 5 subs in 1. Thanks for 57 months. Welcome to the stream. Yo, yourself. Is this mods music? Nope. It's Crusader Kings 3. You uncultured swine. I'm just kidding. The mods music is called the Lord of the Rings movie soundtrack. It's literally already there. Anyway, I refuse to believe I refuse to believe this. Chat, you can't just be like, the rivers, and not explain. I refuse to elaborate. It's the rivers. Like, I can't even build a boat right now, number one. And number two, everywhere that we would need to supply is connected by rail, except for one place, this place. So here's what's happening. These guys, which are not in a river, are trying to get supplies, but they have no access, okay? Do you see these naval bases? It's got to be these naval bases because these dudes are undersupplied right now, and it's not a river. Rivers, notters, explanations, nopers. And I don't have any convoys. I have, according to this, a single convoy in my stockpile because I can't build them. Because again, we have no ports. So the case is closed. Okay, let's check a look at where everybody is. We're already doing our little pocket spearhead in the south undeep across the marsh. I got 24 divisions down here in Herodwaith. And I'm gonna set an offensive line that goes to the ports, which again, I can't use, so I don't even know how that's gonna work. And we're gonna follow the river as a natural border because this is gonna be huge. All right, we're starting to get stretched a little thin. But I think that this makes sense as a front because it's basically like all the way up to this impasse. And then these guys are mostly just here to reinforce. Like, they can do a little bit of a push, but it needs to be significantly smaller. Like that or something. And then these guys still don't even have an order. There's 12 divisions here. I've also got 12 divisions on the border with Minas Morgul, which I don't really want to push in there yet. I want to handle my business up top first. Do we have any potential enemies around us? I don't think Lothlorien is gonna backstab us. That would be kind of crazy. So do I want to send these like extra 12 dudes anywhere? Okay, how about this? What if we send these 12 dudes to this front, and then we'll move the half division that we already have up to Minas Morgul and plug that gap. Okay, let's go. Horse boys, it's time to ride. It is time to ride. Give them no time to recover. Give them no time to settle. Arnor has canceled their Lend-Lease program. No worries. Oh yeah. They're sort of just abandoning all of this territory for some reason. And they got nothing. We are out of supplies at the moment. Also, we do have enough food for now. Our daily consumption is like 3.4k, and our daily gain is 3.9k, which is a bit worrisome. We should make some more farms. Food is oil in this. I have been improving my infrastructure, and on much of the infrastructure, we actually do produce food naturally. Because, of course, there's a lot of rural area in Rohan. And so by improving my infrastructure, we're improving the natural amount of food that we make. So we're getting 42 natural food right now, which translates to 3.6k daily food, right? So if we get +6 here, And then we also have 22 at the Rohan Gap that we can improve. And that'll go up +2, which, you know, isn't a lot, but it does add up. We should be getting some food also from Isengard. So let's let them make all this infrastructure. I'm making a new food silo as well so we can store more. But yeah, we're improving a ton of the infrastructure. Some of it for resources, like there's leather here, food here. There's leather and food in these slots. That's not Crusader Kings 3. That's a different soundtrack. Dude, the horse boys are just pouring across. This is exactly what I wanted. I just wanted them to pour across the lands. And take as much of this territory for ourselves. I could probably micromanage this a little faster, but I'm just going to let them do their thing. We got 12 more conscript divisions. So I'm going to put them on this particular front with Gondor. And then these guys all cluster over there on Minas Morgul. And then I can delete their front line. The Horse Lords over the open plains. Is there a subjugation score in this game for captured territories? Yeah, so if you check out their taking like victory points and their capital and cities and stuff like that puts them toward capitulation. So if I capture more of their territories, they will get closer to surrendering. And then once you have captured territories like Isengard, they are occupied and they have a resistance and compliance, which goes up or down naturally depending on what you're doing. So you can choose what types of units you want to garrison those territories and specifically create units that are better at suppression, including sub-units like military police in order to help with that. So the realm of Dagorlad has a decent amount of resistance right now. So we might want to go from civilian oversight to like local police force. But the better more friendly your type of occupation, the more compliance you build, and the more compliance you build, you start to get bonuses like not needing as many units to garrison, getting more of their local resources and factories, getting some recruitable population, and then eventually maybe you can give them power again if you want, or you can hold on to it. But the garrisons are sort of trained automatically. You just get to choose what your garrison looks like if you want. And those are, you don't have to actually physically train garrisons in the real world. New type of bow. So we're using the advanced longbow on the left. We just learned the recurve bow on the right. It's a decent, 20% defense upgrade. A little bit more breakthrough is good. 4 more soft attack is good. Kind of the same hard attack, same everything else. So it's a small upgrade in the grand scheme of things, as it's not worth changing to unless we have a surplus of string, because it'll take more resources to produce. The other downside is, of course, that not only will it take more resources, it'll reset the production efficiency of our supply lines, because we're going to tell them, hey, stop making advanced longbows and start making recurve bows. So our factories are as efficient as they can be right now, 80%. So we're manufacturing 5.76 longbows per day. So if I tell them to stop doing that and start making the other thing, they're going to have to kind of work that back up from scratch. So that can be dangerous as well. And to that end, some people like staggering it, where you make a new line, and with that line you sort of ease into it, where you say, maybe I'll take one factory off of advanced longbows and one factory into recurve bows. That way you don't lose all of your production simultaneously. But yeah, we have like a custom research tree here too. What I like to do is finish labor as fast as possible, because this is your factory and infrastructure and industry stuff. And since it's November 30, 2023, we only have a small 1.13 year ahead of time penalty for getting ahead on advanced tools. And that'll raise the production efficiency max of all of our factories up to 90%, because they're currently at 80. I'll use the guild to research that like 20-something days faster and pay some political power for the honor. I know we have outdated equipment. We're 3 wood in the hole. So it might be time to start researching like the resource extraction. Yeah, I think I'm already doing extraction 1. So that'll let us get more resources out of what we're already getting. So that'll be nice. It looks like these guys are getting overrun. I'm just gonna keep kind of like micromanaging the front line here and let the horses continue to just pour across the land. I could probably take them even further in some cases. Like, there's no reason why you guys are not just going forward instead of side to side. They're trying to kind of like redistribute themselves first. Full Mongol horde style. That is effectively what we're doing, yes. Because I have specifically made sure... Wait, why are these Rohirrim riders 1 kilometer per hour max speed? Supplies and a lack of food. Uh-oh. They've run out of food, chat. They need to be resupplied. The horsies are hungry. Here's the thing about the supplies. We don't have any. The supplies are up here. So you guys need to, like, move a little further. So if they don't have supplies and they don't have their speed, they've started to slow down. So the initial spearhead has diminished somewhat, but we're going to continue to expand where possible. Though we might have lost our edge. That being said, if those guys are fighting, even if they're losing, they're occupying the defenders and stopping them from being able to spread, which is going to give us more time. Uh-oh. Well, that's not what I want. I want this to be my territory until the war is settled. So in Hearts of Iron, if you attack from another team's territory, it becomes... Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. I need to be the first one to get to this. So this is considered my territory. But a lot of our troops back here are lagging behind. Presumably because of the lack of supplies. Forgot the horsey fuel. We did forget the horsey fuel. But that's why we're moving quickly. There is no need for us to try and build a depot right now. Zero. We will move past it before it becomes relevant. They would be a complete waste of our resources. All we have to do is take the resources that are already here. But we're having to cross the dead marshes to do it, so... If we get gridlocked here, and we get stopped, then it would be worth it to build. But only then. But we have friendlies moving in from the west as well that I'm pretty confident in. But yes, they are completely out of food, and like oil with with this is sort of a good illustration of what happens if you are using tanks in regular Hearts of Iron, and you don't put fuel drums on your tanks, which can let you maintain your advance for like almost double the distance. We do not have such an option, I don't think. And also, I believe the horses that we picked are specifically hungrier for food. The Shadowfax machine has a plus 50% food consumption ratio. We tried to offset that with an extra supply pouch, but I don't think that there's anything else that we can do that's equivalent to a like a fuel drum in regular Hearts. There's a, oh wait, no, the map. I need to, oh yeah, the map is -1 food consumption plus 10% max speed. That one's insane. I did install that on my mounted archers, the Bohirim. So they have maps, but my default light cav do not. So I like the reliability up. Food consumption -15 is nothing compared to the map. Plus we get the speed boost. So that seems like a worthwhile exchange to me. So this is going to be the Shadowfax Machine Mark II. Everything else I think can stay the same. I like the reliability up from the bedroll. I like the food consumption and max speed bonus from the map. I could also increase their armor if I was okay with the max speed and or reliability going down, which maybe I am. I like 16.5 kilometers per hour and 90% reliability for a little armor boost, just to give them a small uptick. All right, the Shadowfax Machine Mark II. We're just gonna go, I'm just gonna go ahead and swap this entire line over. Actually, we didn't lose any production efficiency, I guess, because it was just like an upgrade to the existing model. So that works nicely. And we'll start making those. They have metabolic efficiency. They do basically have metabolic efficiency, yes. So now they are supplied, and we have begun to run out of supplies, and thus the table will turn against us if we're not careful here. Let's go check on the rest of our forces. Diplomacy. Improve relations opinion plus 25%, trade deal opinion. Don't really care about either of those, but what it does is opens up political prudence, which gives us daily political power gain. It says 0, but it says 0.15. I think it just rounds down. So the 0.15 is actually a lot for us. That's a pretty large increase. Our forces in the south are potentially ready to launch an attack against Herodwaith. And if our logistics can support it, then I am in favor of doing a nice balanced battle plan and changing cohesion to balanced so they don't move too far. And letting our General Elfhelm, with his 2 attack, make the push. I'm curious how big their forces are. They do have 24 combat with divisions, so they're quite chunky, and they have good defense. Their division seems to be made of 3 to 18 skirmishers, and then they have recon, and they have an engineer company, so mostly skirmishers. We have the benefit, of course, of the bannermen being quite strong with the archers. The line archers, I think, will give us an advantage there, so we'll see if that advantage holds. I wonder if we could just push into Minas Morgul. We probably could. I'm more interested in these guys making an offensive line that sort of meets up with the Rohirrim. That would be very vintage Lord of the Rings. There's like a corridor here where there's impassable mountains on the border with Mordor and then impassable marsh to the west, and we can kind of push them up the corridor and unite with our brethren. And I think that would be very thematic. So let's go ahead and start that push, move these guys back, and see if we can create a united front here. All right, still waiting on the horse lords to catch up. The supply lines are falling apart, and we're probably incurring more casualties now. But it's only been 5k casualties, but I think most of them are unfortunately going to be light cav horses, so we're going to start chewing through those supplies. But we've almost got them with their back to... We're 2 tiles away from the supply hub. And I think that's where things start to change for us. In fact, I want you guys to just keep moving and try and, like, overrun this position. Oh, wait, that is the supply hub. Excellent. Excellent. All right, so it's going to take some time before we can actually tap into it, but we've captured most of the supply line. We simply need to link it up with the rest of Rohan. He says, simply as if it is no small thing to build a train connection from the Easternet all the way across the Dead Marshes. Right? That's no problem, I'm pretty sure. Just make a train line across the Dead Marshes. What's so hard about that? And yeah, make it at least level 2, and that's got to be our new top priority. So we got 42 factories. We've been capturing some factories as we go. Now we got 10 factories on mass-produced equipment to make sure we never want to run out of that. We got 50k. 8 on support equipment. We already lost 1,500 support equipment, so we're gonna need to manufacture more of that. We're using maybe too many support companies. And then we're gonna need like 2, 1. Wait, no. 2. Something like that. It's just a simple matter. Weros. A simple matter. Make sure I didn't try to, like, build the train through their allied territory. Okay. That looks good. So in the south, looks like the initial pushes are going well. The Bannermen outnumber the East Harondor troops, and we're kind of pressing them up against this impasse right here. I don't think an encirclement is going to be that easy or viable. And we're only going to be able to go so far because fighting across the desert and the plains here is putting a strain on our supply lines. The Ints want to send 10 Int Tree Boy divisions to help us as expeditionary forces. Okay, we've got 10 divisions of tree lads who are literally just ints. They have 60 organization, 20. They're so weak. Why are ints so weak? 2 soft attack. What the hell? 60 org, 2 soft attack, 0.7 piercing, 6 defense. Bro, does the developer hate the ints? They're out. Oh, these ones are out of supplies. Developer hates the ints, confirmed, man. They're also green. They're trying to dump the bad ints. See, this is actually like a division. This is 6 ints with archers. Didn't know the ints used archers, but that's like 115 soft attack, which is better. Still terrible. I'm gonna send them to reinforce the port here. Okay, do you guys have any supplies yet? I think they do have supplies. Yep, they actually have food now. So because they have food, they should be back. I would love to overrun these 3 divisions before they have an opportunity. Sorry, I did not mean to throw the horse lords there. Oh yeah. 3 division encirclement. Now those guys are overrun and they're dead. Well done, boys. Well done. Now these dudes still have no supplies down here. This still has no connection to the capital. Dude, I thought that we queued up the train to get built first, but apparently I did not. So we're gonna queue that up to get built. So I don't know where the supplies came from. So in the war, they're not even close to capitulating, dude. Rune is huge. It's so big. And we're also having to push down. Herodwaith is massive. Oh my god. Yeah, one does not simply and all that. You know what I mean? One does not simply. I feel like I need to be taking more micromanaging control. But, I'm sort of just like letting everything go. Let's actually just pause for a minute. Because we have 150 political power. War support's at 100%. We're good on that. Stability could be higher. Where are the Fellowship? They went to Imin Arnon. The Fellowship is captured by Faramir, leader of the Athelian Rangers, and temporarily brought to Osgiliath. Among mounting chaos in Osgiliath, the Fellowship escapes and gets back on their path to Mordor. There you go. That's where they're at. Oh yeah, we have treasurer loans for 508 days. I forgot about that. So I think I'm paying off my debt now from that one guy. That's why I have fewer factories than I thought. But it's not so bad now because we have 36 other factories to play with. 37, I suppose. So honestly, it's not so bad. Because taking over Orthanc has its perks. However, we do need a new treasurer then. I didn't see the additional decisions to incur more debt. I need to use my spies as well. I think this is a good opportunity to just take another political advisor. I feel like the researchers are useful, but like our political power is very important in this mod. You know, like we could also increase the centralization of our government, which I think is a generally good thing. Daily political power gain shoots up, and then laws become much cheaper. I think let's invest in the political power. But I really want the other 15% stability advisor. Let's take the centralization first. Because daily PP goes up past 1. Okay, so that's that. But yeah, I couldn't really afford the researchers, but I did get 5 research slots as fast as possible and some bonus research speed instead. What do you think about this mod so far, Ital? Should I try it? I mean, it seems really cool, yeah. I'm enjoying it. It definitely seems like, I wouldn't call it super balanced, but it's fun. I don't think it needs to be like super balanced. It's just got a lot of unique stuff going for it, especially for free. At what point do we just push into Mount Doom and Mordor with our 24 divisions? Who are these random skirmishers? Are these the elves? Oh, these are the elf divisions. Mirkwood gave us the volunteers. And they're insane, actually. The elven archers have 364 defense, 200 soft attack. They're rocking ballistas, 2 line archers, only 37 org. And then Field Marshal Erkenbrand is in charge of this one. How does one do an offensive line into Mordor? The answer is you go here, here, Karak, Angerin. Focus on probably just taking Barad-dûr at first. Right? And then follow the... Is that a river? Or is that that's a road, I think? I was gonna say, there's no rivers in Mordor. And you kind of go like up to this, which looks like a supply hub, but I'd have to double check. There's a crossroad there. Something like that, right? And just kind of take the heart of Mordor, take away all their factories. Well, these guys continue to push up. Okay, so the Horse Lords are struggling in the marsh. I would assume they handle the marsh better than the infantry, right? Like, I don't know. Horsies seem like they would. We only have 18 horse divisions. 24 bannermen, or banner lords, are down here in the south trying to push into the Herodwaith, making a huge push. Which mostly seems to be working. Though perhaps they're being a little too timid. I would say maybe even be a little bit more aggressive. At least until supply lines start to run out, because I'm thinking if we can just unite these supply lines, we can get a field marshal down here. Alright, and then the dudes pushing up the corridor are doing good. We're going to give them an aggressive trait as well. We're already starting to sort of sneak around them here. Which I would love... Oh, we just overran some of them. Anti-tank weapons. A research bonus for ballistas, not that special. And then let's go Rohanian Eagles. Oh yeah, Doctrine. You don't get very much army XP in this at all, so like... Spirits of the Army and Doctrines aren't really a thing for me. Because I need all of my army XP to keep updating divisions so far. At least that's been my experience. But yeah, you can actually make Eagle Bombers in this. If you try to push Mount Doom now, can you try to take the ring when the Fellowship goes there? That would be pretty funny. Maybe. Absolutely recommend the CK3 Lord of the Rings mod. I'm sure that's really fun too, yeah. I love that the mod scene for all the Paradox games are as good as they are. Chat says that the actual best Lord of the Rings mod is for Imperator Rome, and it's the only redeeming quality about Imperator Rome. That's what I've heard anyway. I'm downloading the CK3 one right now since I'm not a Hearts of Iron player. Well, there you go. When a mod makes a game. When it makes a game, a game. I wonder if we're being too aggressive here. Let's go ahead and slow this down. We're definitely winning in the north. We're hemorrhaging forces down here, trying to like force our way onto these troops spots. There are some allies that are helping us, but yeah, I think going a little bit more balanced approach. So the supply hub has been connected here. We're gonna change the motorization level and use wagons. And then on top of that, we are still building an upgraded rail. So that is in progress as we speak. There's excavation. Resource gain efficiency plus 8%. I think we're at the point where this is only going to be a help because it's going to help us get more food from the ground, as well as leather, as well as logs. And we are right at the cusp of wood and string and leather, and then more food is always good, so that we always stay stable on that. So I say let's just consistently get excavation now. Also, they have totally abandoned the front down here. We've got 24 bannermen and conscripts moving to try and unite the western front against Runes, so that's pretty cool. When is Vicky 3 Lord of the Rings? That is a good question. So we're gonna have to do some maybe field marshal reorganization here in a minute, which I'm totally fine with. I think it makes the game better. Look, is that the offensive line? I guess it is. I love how they just kick. They don't use their spear, they just kick. Keek. Improve torches. Torches give us some upgrades for horses? I don't know. It gives you like reconnaissance, maybe boats, and then plus 15% land night attack. There is a day-night cycle that's simulated, so hey, if it gives us any kind of bonus whatsoever, I'm good with that. We could start getting like an air force of eagles, which would be hilarious. You have to have Haradwaith in order to get the Mumakil, the giant war elephants. There's a bunch of naval stuff, which we currently have no access to the sea. What do I even want right now? I'm kind of happy with affordable equipment at the moment. I know we could get better infantry stuff, but I feel like just stop at affordable equipment and then... Maybe it's not the worst idea to get resistance growth down, which reminds me spies exist. Or special forces. Spies do exist. Oh, support companies are ready. Well then, yeah, there you go. That's already done then. Already spoken for. I'm gonna start with maintenance companies because I think the reliability bonus is necessary, but yeah, it's time to upgrade all of the support companies. The blacksmith gets an upgrade. Let's do infantry equipment hardness. I'm also gonna go through and kind of like check each of these and see if we have an upgrade variant for them and just do it. This already has the Dawnward Cavaliers. I don't think the Bohirim... You don't have any to assign to this equipment type. Okay. Fair enough. What about the recurve bow? Nope. I guess I've already assigned them. The fact that base Hearts of Iron 4 has horse models and they didn't use them is sad. Yeah, that would be nice. Have some horse models. Someone in chat said, I don't know if they were joking, but they mentioned something like they were still looking for animators, maybe. Okay, so for Army XP, I think it's time to make a proper garrison unit. Which, in my opinion, skirmishers are the only thing that gives you any suppression at all. Which is the only thing that matters for your garrison. So we go skirmisher, 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 skirmisher. That's 6 suppression. Skirmisher, 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 skirmisher. Okay, so that would cost 40. Or we can just change conscripts. And then removing this, and then changing... The only support company we need is military police, which we haven't finished researching yet. Oh. Okay, we'll come back in 65 days. I just need... I need to have military police. Funnily enough, you can't use horses for suppression in this mod. Okay, so how goes the attack in the south? It's possible we could make a nice encirclement here if I really focus on this. They have more combat width than us. Which is not surprising. We got the Bannerlords are in reserve here. We're kind of getting our ass kicked, actually, on this side. So, I'm noticing that it's kind of stalling. I say let's just halt the advance. And try to unite the two front lines here, because this is the pocket that I wanted to, like, get through if possible. Easier said than done. Or we don't even have to encircle them. Like, it'd be fine just to do... I want my bannermen, conscripts. Let's go there. You go there. Okay, then the Ints. Why are there mountaineers? I don't know why Rohan has mountaineers. And if we can just, like, group these front lines together, that will change everything here. I'm not gonna touch Mordor yet. And then I want to get the front with Rune, and then we're going to reorganize all the field marshals. Get a nice little pocket encirclement here. We'll get like another 3 divisions. And then the horse boys are still actually very well supplied now. Up here, these horse boys are well supplied. Might want to expand their front slightly. There you go. Got a pocket of about 3 divisions. Actually, it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I don't know where this guy's retreating. It's at least 4, though. And then over here, we almost had a united front. I can't tell where anybody's going. And then they reinforced it. What if we just focus on this spot instead? Okay, so close out. Oh, there we go. When you're encircled in Hearts of Iron, and you have nowhere to go, and this number gets to 100, you lose, and you get removed from the game. You don't get a forced retreat like in Crusader Kings that magically lets you get out of danger. You don't get a teleport like Stellaris. You just die, and you lose all those troops. So they're using a power called Last Stand, because it literally is their last stand, and they will basically fight to the last man. So that can give you a defense and entrenchment bonus. and can help hold out for a little bit longer, but it also burns your orange bar, which is your like hard hit points and your supplies and your manpower. So we got a pocket of 4 units here, and those are going to be strict casualties on their part for all intents and purposes. Once their organization runs out, which is the green bar. All right, so yeah, we're just going to hold the line in the south. We have been unsuccessful at trying to unite these two fronts. They are just like too well dug in, and we have no supplies here. Made a nice push from Pelargir. Resistance to occupation. We'll fix that soon. It's at 46. The Free Orcs of Mordor are not behaving under civilian oversight. Who could have guessed this? Let's use military governor. That's got probably the best sort of overall suppression gain. We don't want a rebellion in here. Who could have foreseen this? Because yeah, our front line is super sloppy right now. There we go. Popped one. Let's just focus on getting rid of these nerds. We got like 5 flanks around them, completely encircled. This is the part that I'm annoyed with. We have 4 flanks on them. So I want to see if we can use our breakthrough. If we had some like cavalry down here, the cavalry probably just like storms in, but we've only got infantry. Because we start winning, and then they sort of like get through our initial breakthrough, and then they start winning. And they're just like dug in. Horse engines revving up. All right, only 2 little divisions left in this pocket. 3 divisions, sorry, I guess one was still retreating. And then we'll take a look at casualty numbers. So you'll start to see the little helmets pop as a unit fights to their last man and gets overrun. Kick them down, boys! The leaping stab. So I'd say the war in Rune is going better. Herodwaith is going to be its own issue here of having to actually maybe build some supplies in the form of a supply hub. I would probably put a supply hub like here. We'll send that up to the top. And then a train connection that looks like this. There you go. Okay. I hate it when I lose 3 orc mechanized divisions. I don't think they're mechanized, but point taken, Brynjar Bjorn. Point taken. Okay, I don't know why these boys are still pushing, and these boys are taking their sweet-ass time trying to get rid of these last orc divisions, so I'm just gonna have to take manual control over here because we're literally just waiting on them to overrun. Use your horsies and overrun the orc boys, okay? I'm not asking for much. It cannot possibly be taking this long. This is the most entrenched. We're just incredibly weak. We're suffering 55% attrition. Why? Because we're fighting in a marsh? Okay, what casualty rate we looking at? 51,000 soldiers of Rohan have been killed, mostly in Herodwaith. 40,000 in Herodwaith. Though we are responsible for 115,000 casualties inflicted back on Herodwaith, we've lost 10,000 to Rune and inflicted 129,000 back to Rune. So Mirkwood's doing the most damage right now to Rune. They're sort of outpacing us. Which isn't getting under my skin at all. Not annoying me in the least. The fact that my front lines are broken. Guys, they're at 91. There can't be much more left here. They're invading Mordor from the north. Okay, I think that means it's time for General Gamling to... Oh, we're negative 17 support equipment in the hole. Even though I just added 2 more support equipment. Can we buy some? We can. From Erebor. Erebor will do a trade with us. Chat, is this doesn't seem... Oh, wait, no. If I wanted 1,400 support equipment, it would take 6 deliveries. It wouldn't be finished till August of this year. Let's go for 1,000. We can do that in 4 deliveries. I have to give them 14 factories. Okay. Seems like a good trade. They have accepted our purchase request, and we are going to get an influx of support equipment. I feel like I never have to make 10 support equipment factories. It seems excessive. Not enough manpower or equipment to fill the garrisons. I'm working on it. Mirkwood wants to give us 185 support equipment monthly. Yo, thanks, Mirkwood. What up? The elves are huge. They're flexing on me. Dude, we can't budge here. All right, we finally completed the encirclement. So here's the plan. Field Marshal Theoden is gonna lead just these guys. These 2 army groups. The guys in the south are gonna go under a different Field Marshal. Because we have Field Marshal Hulfrid. Oh dear. He's not super good. Okay, maybe we'll take Erkenbrand, who's at least got more defense, more offense, and way better supply consumption. That's my main concern. I also like the attack +1, org loss when moving, and the recovery rate, and the max entrenchment. All right, he moves over. Then we'll get Hulfrid to govern Mordor. He'll govern the Mordor. That seems like a big ask for Huldfrid. You know what I'm saying? Seems like I'm asking a lot of little Huldfrid here. So here's the play. Theoden's group is going to concentrate their efforts along the Rohanian border. By the way, if you delete your front lines and you have a field marshal who's governing a arena, or like a theater of war, in my case it's Eastern Rohan, right? So I click on him instead of the individual generals, then I click on the front lines, and if you click shift, if you hold shift while you make your front line, instead of making 2 separate front lines, it'll make 1 field marshal front line that everyone can be assigned to who's underneath him. So that's giving us a united front between my horses and my infantry, and they will spread evenly across that line and mix together instead of being separated with 2 front lines. You can also make a united offensive line, so you only need to do 1 singular offensive line, which is huge. In my opinion, we go all the way up to the edge. Actually, let's just go to Kursfog. That's going to create an awkward front there, but we'll have more troops by then. And then I'm just going to kind of follow the supply lines up to Bur, Imanarikis, I don't know, and Khaled Nala. Trying to just follow the roads. Okay, this is going to get nasty fighting in these mountains. Oldenhoven, that sounds like a WoW raid, possibly. Kind of like up to there. That seems like a solid front line. So let's let them redistribute along the front. Because they got to move up. And then we'll start the push. I also want to try and change motorization level to try to get the supplies as far to the front as we can. Random encircled division here. Good job. Okay, looking for supply issues. This supply hub is now connected to the capital. And that is what's keeping the boys up here supplied. I wish the front line would automatically update better. But alas, it's probably doing its best. Now, the other front line down here, I can't do united front because we haven't connected the 2 fronts, which is going to drive me crazy because we have no supplies here whatsoever. I am building a supply hub to the best of my ability. Perhaps they're running out of... I can see their orange bar is dropping, which perhaps indicates to me that they are underfunded and understaffed. So maybe if we just keep putting pressure on them, especially when we're getting it to attack from 4 different sides. Because if we can just unite this, but we always get stalled out right around here. You can see it starting to flicker yellow. Okay, 12 days until military police. Now, since they're starting to push in toward Mount Doom from the north, I can't let them have all the glory, right? So I want to push in, but we're 600 support equipment in the hole. Which, as you might imagine, is bad. Don't know if you knew that, but it is bad. And we only have 38k. We've already lost 12k infantry equipment. We're down to only 29 light cav. So we're starting to stall. We only have 141 trade caravans. Wait, that's trains. So that's fine. We're starting to stall on an infrastructural level. So I really don't want to make a push into anywhere at the moment if I can help it and give, you know, the boys a chance to regroup. We're probably hemorrhaging a lot to attrition. We got bad supply down here. I'm trying to let the troops get to the front, but they're going slow as molasses. Didn't you just buy 1,000 support equipment? I did, but it takes time to be delivered. So it comes in 4 deliveries. Next delivery is expected in 8 days. It's going to take a while until August before it's all here. The Rohanian Eagles. Okay, this is just air doctrines, air bases that we don't really have time for or need. So I don't really want to make any pushes yet until we solve our logistics problems, because now we're 1,000 support equipment in the hole. It's going up fast. It's going up real fast. I'm surprised as to why. I think it's going in. It needs division reinforcement 855. Garrison needs 229. So let's try changing the garrison, and maybe that gives us a little breathing room. So we're gonna go conscripts, duplicate, remove the support companies, only have military police. And then I'm just gonna start with 8 and 8. That'll be about 14 suppression, which is not great. Let's just go with this. It's 18 suppression. Military police will augment their suppression plus 20%, and it'll go more. And this is just going to be garrison. Oops. The garrison boys. So, now that we've made them, we don't have to physically train them. We just go to our occupied territories button and then change the troop we want to do the garrisoning from the Bannerlords, who have 13.8.5 suppression, to the garrison who has 18 suppression. And they're going to take only 10 support equipment instead of 100, right? So this is like going to free up a lot of our resources. They need a little bit more infantry equipment, but we have that, so it shouldn't be a problem. So we're going to do military governor for Isengard and the Free Orcs of Mordor, and we're just going to do military governor on all these at the moment. Now, research-wise, even though we're short on support equipment, I'm going to keep researching our support companies, because I believe having a recon advantage is huge. All right, cancel the Lend-Lease. Don't care. That's fine. Where is the next closest supply line? Boom, it's right there. 2 spots away from us. So what I'm going to do is make a little tactical push. And just try and look how fast they're braking, dude. That's only on 2 times speed. So when we are fully supplied and fully staffed, we do some insane moves, because we should be able to overrun them before they can even retreat, because my horses are so much faster than them. And we'll get there before they get there, and they immediately pop. Boom, dead. All right. And not only are they dead, but we've captured another supply line that'll help us continue to move forward into Rhûn. Though there is not one in the south. Nothing down here. So my choices are build one, or say who cares. I'm of the who cares opinion. Let's go ahead and just launch this attack. Because if you look at it, there's really like nobody down here. So it's probably worth it to just go negative on supplies, because nobody's home. So we'll need some people to reinforce and fill in the gaps here. Because if we can just keep pushing east with no supplies, we'll eventually get these supplies. So far away. All right, we're back to positive support equipment. We may have gotten some shipments. We're negative 137 on light cav, though, which is a problem. We got 4,000 spare trucks right now. We're spending all of our, like, building Yeah, we've got 24, we got 27 factories. We'll have more factories once our little trade deal's over. So I'm trying to build infrastructure as fast as I can, but upside, haven't seen any Mumakil yet. That's true. That is an upside. Chat, there, Gondor's pushing in, dude. Like, they've actually created a united front. If they're gonna push in, they're almost to Barad-dûr. I'm gonna let Gondor get all the glory here, which, to be honest, maybe they deserve. They're doing most of the work down here, I think. We were always second fiddle to Gondor, weren't we? Maybe I can take Minas Morgul, though. Because I think it makes sense to kind of go all the way to the Impassable, the Chelkar Pass, and then there's a road here that goes to, like, multiple supply hubs along this path. You can't compete with Aragorn. Yeah, everybody freaking loves Aragorn. Since that plan is pretty similar, we should get, like, some plan prep bonus. But I'm going to let them go ahead and move fast along the front. Uh-oh. We got 12 more divisions that just popped out of the oven. Where do I want these boys to go? Probably to the maybe the Mordor front. 12 conscripts. In fact, we have to raise a general up. We don't even have an officer that can take it. We can grant a citation. That's going to cost me 30 political power, but it's probably worth it. I'm going to give the Rohirrim Rider Brigadier Diarrhea? I don't know. Experienced soldier losses, minus 25%. I've never seen this before. Like, experience losses, minus 25%. Let's get supply consumption. That seems like the best one. Promote him because he's now the most experienced. And that citation did nothing. It's okay. That ended up not give. Sometimes they can get an extra level if you give them citations. The derriere. Exactly. So he should be automatically, if I just control left click. What is this blue arrow, bro? Did I create the front line for the wrong army? Because I'm a super genius? I think I did. Yep, I think I created the front line for the wrong army. Because I am a dingus. So let's do this one more time. Don't worry, you guys will figure it out. Okay, they're still trying to move to the front. Meanwhile, in Rune, what? Not enough manpower? Shut your mouth. Resistance to occupation? Oh, really? There's resistance around Mount Doom? Oh, interesting. Who could have foreseen this? Why am I the one? Listen, here's what sucks. I don't get to tell Gondor to stop attacking, so they're just going deep. They captured Moranon and then Karak Engren, and now I have to garrison it all because it's in my territory. So I'm the one responsible for having to like fill my garrison. So they're just strapping me for resources now because we're 1,000 support equipment in the hole. Which reminds me, we should not be... Oh, wait, those were not conscripts. Those were bannerlords. Oh, these are the real deal. Those are not conscripts. But yeah, I say let's just stop training some troops for a minute so we don't stretch our supplies so thin. Feed those supplies back. That's why we went 1,000 in the hole, because we started to train more garrisons. We are now on the border with Mount Doom, bro. And I say... Looks easy, boys. Send it. Was probably not a good idea, but we'll do balanced attack. And then down here, we're doing a very off-balance push. Yep, there's 12 more divisions. Which I am gonna send... Yeah, just to the Mordor front. So now we'll have 12 Bannerlords and 12 conscripts backing them up. Ow. You can, yeah, that's true. You could, like... You can request garrison support if they want to give it to you. Which they don't. So yeah, it's, you can ask... But there's no guarantees, unfortunately. Give control of state is a whole different beast. That means you'd give up not just the garrison, but also any of the factories and other benefits you might be getting as a result of occupying it. So it's a double-edged sword that you don't want to do lightly. It's much preferable to try and sort your garrisons out rather than give up control of states, unless it's just something absolutely ridiculous. But it turns out occupying all of Middle-earth is difficult. Who knew? Alright, I'm gonna tell Theoden to be more aggressive. Because I think the answers are all here. You guys just have to literally walk forward, and that's pretty much your only objective. They actually could probably use some more support out here. I have returned drunker than I was prior. Bro, you said, I'm going to the pub. If you're still on when I get back, I will continue enjoying the stream. And that was at 4 o'clock. So you went to the pub for 1 hour. Did you do like 5 shots and then come home immediately? I don't know how you can go to the bar for only 1 hour, dude. If I was going to a bar, I would just be chilling there for a while. Speed drinker. Yeah, that's not even enough time for me to like sip on a nice cocktail. But welcome back. Got your drink on, now you're here. All right, we're making the push in the Minas Morgul. I'm not sure if we're going to be the first. Nope, we were not the first ones in. Gondor gets to claim that right, but hey, I'm helping, I think. We are now at the foot of Mount Doom. I can't even tell what tile Mount Doom is on because it's so thick. But there are troop movements all along the front. We are now encircling Mount Doom. People run, people whine, people run. Oh, that's funny. They're running out of supplies too, Herodwaith is, because they have a stretched front. They're having to guard all of this as well. Which, by the way, fun fact, we did succeed in building a supply hub here. So our front line is ready to rock and roll. The problem is we don't have any resources. Daily political power just went up. All right, nice, good upgrade. What is the next research that we need? I think let's go resistance growth speed in states occupied. Oh wait, no, that's when they occupy us. Yeah, I don't care about that. We're not gonna be occupied by them. Ever. We can either continue to do our support company upgrades, or maybe it's getting closer to time for industry. We got max construction. City forges. Oh, hello. I didn't even see you over here, just hiding in a different vertical tier. Max factories and state plus 20% factory output plus 15. Hell yeah. That's definitely the one. All right, we're pushing in toward Mount Doom now. Rohan rides for Doom? Ruin, death, doom, whatever, you know, synonyms, thesaurus.net, all right? Whichever word happens to capture your imagination. Meanwhile, Theoden. So chat, question. After the events of the movies, right, what happens to the allies of Sauron who just sent all their elephants over? Are they like, well, I guess we lost, GG's. You know what I mean? Like, rip my elephants. Too bad. They give up and go home. Production efficiency cap plus 10%. Okay, so we've got almost maxed tools. Food is actually, we're well balanced on food for now. Weekly stability plus 0.25% is insane, and I forgot that it was here. A proper tunnel system to dispose of waste will decrease rat populations and increase living standards, but not for the rats. True. Yo, all this territory is empty, bro. Just go. They're not even home. They are legit not home, dude. This is a massive front line. We have secured Mount Doom. We are holding Sauron hostage in Barad-dûr imminently. I would love to encircle these guys. Which we can definitely do with our horsies. And then just get rid of them for good. Okay, they're moving up here way, way faster than anticipated. Once they capitulate, it's going to be insane. They're still not even 80% to capitulation, though. Yeah, kick them down. All right, the choo-choo train is fixed. We're going to have to do some repairs. We're building a food silo. We're trying to dude, the light cavalry shortage is continuing. It's getting a little severe. It's time to make a second offensive line. I say let them focus on the north. We focus on the coast here. And then loop around to the capital. The capital and this side of the river, and I'm assuming there will be resources here. There you go. Nice encirclement, lads. Just finish them off quickly. And repopulate. I love that despite all this, we're not even at 100% world tension. That's a good point. What do you fuel horses with? Food, actually. So fuel becomes food in this mod. So you have like farms that you can build, and your land produces food naturally if it's rural, and there are ways to produce more food in the research tree. So they need food to continue their advance. All right, and I am just going to keep pushing the front on all sides. How goes Mordor? We are actually at the Mountains of Shadow at the moment. Running out of supplies, but pushing on and still doing well. We are at the foot of Barad-dûr. They are trying to kick down Barad-dûr synchronized. Isengard just declared a secret war against us. I knew you were up to no good, Saruman! And nobody's home! I didn't know you could just randomly declare war after reforming. You liar. Okay, well, guess what? I can call everyone to arms to put you in your place. You fell for the classic wizard's tricks. It's so funny though, because we literally don't have any soldiers here. And I have no one training. Oh, they already... Okay, now you guys are probably dead. Trojan horse tactic. I feel like you just probably let the AI handle this, but if they take Orthanc, it's going to be kind of a pain. Surprise! It's wartime! Let's take some cav. And see how long it takes to get over there, just in case something stupid happens, because they're already making moves. Okay, so we have doctrines available. We're at war! We are at war. We've lost 65,000 casualties. We still have 1 million manpower that we can't deploy because we can't mobilize them, so that's kind of funny. We don't need building slots because we can't use the ones we already have. Let's see, Gollum is gone. The Fellowship was captured, we know that. They got out in Osgiliath. They arrived in Minas Morgul. Gollum leaves the Fellowship. The Fellowship is attacked by the giant spider Shelob, and Frodo is taken to the Tower of Cirith Ungol. Frodo is freed from the tower, and the Fellowship continues toward Mount Doom. So they're like here right now. They are like inside of the territory that Gondor controls right here, which is kind of funny. They might make it, dude. They might just make it. They're definitely trying. God, this front line is such a mess. Just an awful, awful mess. I like that, like, they don't even have to sneak through the orcs anymore. We control Mount Doom. We're fighting outside of Barad-dûr. In fact, I think we just occupied the city beneath Barad-dûr, which might mean that Sauron is now being held captive as an eyeball in his own little tower. Maintenance Company 3, we need that reliability bonus in a big way. Let's just, get the Engie Company upgraded next. The hobbits don't trust the men. The realms of man. I want to keep attacking in the south, but the minus 700 support equipment is not good. Again, if we could just unite the front line, which we seem to be incapable of doing. They are hyper entrenched here. Not enough manpower for the garrisons. Resistance to occupation. Bro, Isengard, man. I knew I shouldn't trust you. I'm trying to send the horse boys back, but they are hella far away. Get on. I'm trusting the Ints. The Ints are getting on the front line. They're gonna get Orthanc back. This is so funny. I should have just gone to war with you when I had the... You know what? Why didn't I? They weren't even in a faction. I could have just tried to go to war against him. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, that was just my bad. To be honest. That's all my bad. Research bonus for eagles and fell beasts. Okay, I have to trust that they're going to take out Isengard. They are redeploying a number of troops, which is annoying because it's going to keep the front lines, unfortunately, busy over here. Guys, you just need to take, like... Look, you can make this so much easier. Just close up all these fronts. You're doing a really good job moving through Rune. We're heading toward the capital now. I know you're out of supplies. We need to build a rail here. I also don't know what this music is. Or how it got to this. Let's do... I liked Witcher yesterday. The rail is actually going to be connected, I think. without me having to build one. Okay, lots of stuff going on. More military factories. So we know the big shortage at the moment is support equipment. And also, oh my god, we're running low on infantry equipment too. And like infrastructure! How does it work? Okay, well we definitely don't want to run out of spears. Chat, I say we abandon mounted archers temporarily because we're not even using them. Okay? To focus on the things that matter. 40% extra mass-produced spears. 20% extra support equipment. How are we doing on bows? 2.2k. It's starting to run a little low. But that's probably because this factory is... They're not up to date yet. And then carriages, we still have 4k. We've got plenty of trains. All right, yeah, just focus on what matters. We need to step on each piece of wasteland. What are you talking about, Weros? Chat, what the hell are you guys talking about right now? I just looked over to you. I acknowledge your existence for 1 minute. Dagobah just writes logistics like that means something. That doesn't mean shit, bro. I wonder how many times you've written that today, thinking that you were saying something intelligent. Let's see. Three. At least 3 so far. Let's see. 4. You said it 4 times? Just the word. At least 4. Maybe 5? Talix, don't intrude. This is a private discussion. Idea guys in chat. The entirety of Middle Earth is at war. We are at war. Rohan is historically about this big. We are now about 2.5 times our size. Okay, we're in a war against all of Mordor and Rune and Hrodwaith, and I might be struggling to keep up the offense here. But the reason why you don't care if you start running a little low on stuff when you're winning is because if you just win, they capitulate, and if they have stockpiles of stuff, you get their stockpiles of stuff, and then it fills in. Do you see how that works? So at the moment, you don't want to stop. You want to keep going. Because if you slow down and you give them a chance to reorganize and dig in, you lose. So you just keep rolling, bro. And the other reason is if Gondor is pushing and you're just watching them make every advance, they're the only ones who are going to have points in order to settle the peace conference later. So you kind of have to keep up with the AI unless you're content with just giving them all the victory points. So we're trying to push so that the more casualties that we take, the more victory points we get as well. So we have an incentive to sacrifice all of our population. We actually have too much string now, which is interesting. Need to trade for some leather. Lothlorien will give me some. Man, war is messed up. Galadriel and Celeborn leave Middle-earth. They thought so too. Lady Galadriel and Lord Celeborn of Lothlorien have announced their decision to depart from the lands of Middle-earth to the lands of Aman. The news reverberates across the realm, touching hearts from the Misty Mountains to the shores of Gondor. The bittersweet decision is met with mixed emotions as the Elven realm prepares to bid farewell to its beloved rulers. The golden woods of Lorien have flourished under their stewardship, and their legacy will echo through eternity. How will Lothlorien fare without them? Now it's this AI-generated guy, Iruaran. Iruaran. Rivendell's being led by Lindir. Anduin by Bribbit. Bribbit. How goes the war against Isengard? Some of my troops are actually here. We have no intelligence on them, which is crazy. Okay, two things. Number one, I keep forgetting that these exist. Let's start building up and also use our one agent. Where is the worst occupation issue? The Free Orcs of Mordor. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So we're going to try and use propaganda. Not propaganda. Root out resistance mission here. To try and use our spies to help contain the occupied areas. Because if the resistance keeps going, then we'll have to deal with the resistance faction. So trying to use a spy, I feel like, is a decent idea. Oh, now we're suddenly 21 string in the hole. Don't know why that is. I think we just hadn't updated. Now we're positive 9. I don't know why the string is fluctuating. It's reverberating. Well, we're about to get some more. So our natural supplies right now are primarily the 173 leather, the 117 food, the 480 steel, which we're not exporting as much as you think, and the 177 lumber. So excavation is just helping us continue to dig more of our natural resources out, so we don't have to trade for as much. So I'm just going to keep getting excavation the whole way through. Now we got too much leather. Back and forth we go. Time to do some repairs. It's not really the repairs are not really the top priority here, but we'll let them do a little bit. Oh my god, the front line here is insane, bro. It's going at a rate that's like faster than we can muster. They've sort of accidentally got encircled here a little bit, which is kind of funny. Yeah, the allies are pissed. The allies are real pissed here. They have retaken Orthanc. Saruman is back on his bullshit. On the throne. And I am going to try and, like, backcap Orthanc, basically. While they continue to kind of fill in the gaps. I love that we don't even know, like, how strong they have. Who could have seen this coming? Who indeed? Who indeed? A question for the ages, no doubt. This area is a bit of a pain for us. Here's what I say we do. I say we take a quick game or death break. Take a quick GDB. Clear your brains. Clear your brains and then continue the war effort. We have much to do. Rune is actually 46% toward capitulation, and we're closing in on the capital if we haven't already taken it. Isengard is 97% to capitulation again, and then Herodwaith is going to be the real one. That's going to be the real one. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to get a drink, get a snack, take the dog outside to go to the bathroom. And you listen to this. Hang tight. Hello. What's up? I totally forgot that, coincidentally, we just started a Rohan campaign, and now there's a new trailer for the Lord of the Rings anime that is based on the Rohirrim. So, complete coincidence. May have missed an opportunity for a sponsorship there. And they just put out the trailer for it today. So I was wondering if anybody saw it and whether it's good. Dog, what are you doing? There you go. There you go. Just lay down. Now, where are we? Perhaps modifying the government with that 15. I've been wanting the 15% stability person for a while. The stability plus 20% is interesting, but you have to change a bunch of costs that I don't really want to change. I mean, it's for sure got to be... Max Factories in the state is good too, but we can get them too. Leogith. 15% base stability will buff the factories and just be generally helpful. So, for sure that. What's up, P. Willie? Thank you for the 40-month sub. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for sharing that sub. Hopefully, Isengard is defeated here momentarily. Again. Somehow, Isengard has returned. Oh no. This is a whole mess. We found a pocket in the north of Mordor that is completely unprotected. Which means this is just reset the board here. I think we keep the horsies on the front with Rune, and they might capitulate soon-ish. Soon-ish. I'm not really sure how far we need to go here because this is all just desolate land, you know what I mean? And their capital's right there. And then they just have the area to the north. And they're under attack up there, so let's take a look. Do you guys have any supply? Oh, there is a supply hub up there. And right there. So it could be worth... Okay, this is more difficult to edit. When you edit a offensive line, it stops showing you the green, which is odd. All right, whatever. Good enough. And then the 24 humans we're actually going to put on this border and let the humans handle the desert and whatnot. But yeah, this is just, it's free real estate. Nobody's home up here. I don't think we need to get too cute with our offensive line. I think you just go, yes. You know what I mean? Just, oh wait. There's an impassable mountain range to make this more complicated. But yeah, you just shoot in. Oh my, this is gonna get so obnoxious. Seriously. It's gonna get real bad. We only have 18 horses. You good? No, I think that guy's like a bot that has hearing, like speech to text capability. Pretty sure. Like 80% confident, I think, Aranor. Like a bot that has been programmed in a different language. But they're getting more realistic every day. Why is he describing me? Dirk, we always knew you were a bot, so there's nothing really fancy there. All right, I'm gonna trust my allies to take Orthanc. They should have what it takes. They were like 97% to capitulation. I can't believe we lost it again. Free my territory. Lothlorien comes to our aid. Listen, Lothlorien, we're not even in a Helm's Deep situation, are we? The shadows of Isengard gather around us, and Helm's Deep may be put under siege. Okay, I think I see what you're seeing. You see Isengard has returned, and you think I'm panicking about Helm's Deep. The elves, under the guidance of Galadriel, have heard our desperate plea for assistance. Did I make a desperate plea for assistance? Swiftly and silently, they send a contingent of skilled archers and march wardens to reinforce the defense of Helm's Deep. Their arrival brings renewed courage to our hearts, and we stand united against the forces of Isengard. Did I beg them? The Kingdom of Rohan will spawn 2 divisions of 7 infantry battalions, 4 archer battalions, and a standard bearer in Helm's Deep. Oh, okay. Thanks for the level 5 veteran march wardens who have an ungodly amount of archers and casual 470 defense. And 288 soft attack and still 44 org. These are 30 combat with juice. The juice. I can't believe we still haven't solved this. I think it's because of my own ineptitude. Let me fix this. If you guys can't break in here when you're surrounding them by 4, then I just don't know what to tell you, man. At long last, are we finally gonna break this open? I can't believe this. At last. Okay, we have a united front in the south. So let's group them all together. And then create balanced battle plan that goes all the way back to where we were before. Gonna follow the natural formation of the river. All the way up to Korb Chelkar. Korb Chelkar. All right, so they're gonna have to probably redistribute here. But hey, they can finally move to and fro along the front without having to go in the water. So that's pretty cool. And the thing that's biting us over here and why we have such bad supply is because it's trying to go in through this naval base. So one way to potentially fix that is I have to build my own railway in Gondor. I have to build a Gondorian railway, which is itself kind of annoying, to one of these ports. Unfortunately, it's the only way. I cannot make them pay for it. I cannot make them pay for it, sadly. So, what's going on here, boys? I'm starting to lose track of where anything is. Okay, so this is inside Mordor. Minas Morgul, we got Mount Doom, we got Barad-dûr. Haradwaith is starting to get some capitulation. Why is Isengard, like, even stronger now? I don't know if we have enough cav. To make this a thing. Maybe we do. The cav are still insanely strong. Look at that. They just pushed in, and now they pushed in. We just have to ride faster than them and overrun them. Okay, I am making departments of the economy and the army, and we're gonna make suicide pills is gonna be our first research because your operatives getting caught is the worst. Okay, they actually did get to Orthanc before we could get there. Good for you. Do you want a prize? Look how fast the horsies move, bro. Oh, God. We gotta cross the river to get to them. Not sure if we want to fight that or chill. But yeah, they're starting to get nervous. So we just abandon Orthanc, kind of faint like we're going into Orthanc. And just chill right there until reinforcements arrive. Okay. Send Eagle Bombers. Yeah, let me just pull some of those out. I'm just gonna pull some of those guys out. All right, horse boys. You know what to do. Finish the job in Rune. You are right on the cusp of the capital here. And we are in their capital. So that just shot them down to 75% capitulation from 47. And then their new capital's up here in Kugavad. Kugavad! And then humans, you guys go ahead and launch your assault as well, because again, it's free real estate. No one is here. You may as well take some territory, my dudes. The heck is a Kugavad? I don't know what a Kugavad is, man. Alright, pocket eliminated. I come back from dinner only to us having to retake Orthanc? Yeah. Yeah. Isengard, you know. They're just doing their thing, man. They're doing, it's the scorpion and the frog. You know what I'm saying? Where the... Dude, I'm having trouble figuring out where the heck I am. Now that the borders are all messed up, this is Mordor. That's Mordor. Okay, so these are the dudes in Mordor going to the south. So what happened here, my boys. They're just like, I don't know, man. You tell me, boss. No one wants to capture this awkward territory back here. Oh shit, one can just walk into Mordor. I know, it's wild. The front line is getting large. And they are definitely not defending Mordor very well. Can I just say? But I'm gonna help him out. I'm gonna help him out. Those guys were like, there's no way they can get through those mountains. We can just leave this area empty. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we need to do something with the few horse boys we have, because it seems like, I don't know how Saruman is not dead already, to be honest with you. We are 1,000th cav in the holes. So that's not really helping our cause, I'd say. Sewer system, weekly stability up. I love it. That's gonna be real good. Do I care about... Yeah, I do care about research speed up 5%, because there's a bunch of, like, plus political power things after it. Maybe we should have done that earlier. Okay. Meanwhile, in the east... To be honest with you, I am trying to micro this, and it ain't easy, dude. It's a lot of land. It is a lot of land. It's an insane amount of land, actually. We're about to have United Front here. Which is a little cause for concern. Who dat? Not enough manpower or equipment to fill our garrisons. Get over it. What do you want me to do? I know I'm 1,000 in the hole, okay? I've been trying to do some trades on the international market, buying support equipment and such. How about this? Instead of just spending all of our factories to buy support equipment, we go ham. We got 12, 24, we got 36 factories. It's time to hyper-industrialize. Chat, what's Isengard doing over here? I'm paused right now, so we can try and figure this out. What are they doing, dude? They're on the attack? That's a little worrisome. The horses are not designed for attack. I don't know what my allies are doing. It's possible that I need to take... Listen, I'm taking all the stinky ints... I'm putting them in their own army, okay? I'm putting them in their own army. Then I'm gonna take... I think we have too many divisions committed to the south right now, because they're not that strong down here, and I don't really want to push. So I'm just gonna take... We got 10 ints. You guys go. We're running out of spears. Use the railroad to get here. I need another general. Okay, he came out at level 1 too. Holdmer. Did we not already have a Holdmer? I guess we have a Holdfrid with the same picture, which is not confusing. Can you turn the Ints into spears? See, now you're asking the right questions. This is a lot of land, and it's difficult to micromanage at this point. I think the real solution is get Rune to capitulate. They're 81% to capitulation, right? So, and there's clearly nobody up here. So if we just kind of ride this all the way to their capital. And take the victory points along the way. Scout 3 plus 200% recon. Very nice. I think I'm good on this page. I'm not really going for high tier spear equipment at the moment. And I don't know if we have what it takes for like special forces division templates. And it doesn't seem like we really need field hospital 3s. Not having logistics companies is the big problem, but when I was researching these, I wasn't anticipating going to war with all of the people to the east. I was building field hospitals because at the time, we did not have much manpower to go to war with Isengard. And I was ready, and then Isengard never declared war. So now we just have field hospitals, which still do give you plus 2 things. They give you minus 10% XP loss per level, so your units don't degrade from experienced to novices as fast. And on top of that, you get plus 10% HP for your infantry, so it still does stuff. I love that change. That was one of the best changes they made. But yeah, maybe start researching logistics company at this point. And now we just try and back cap to victory. One horsey boy versus the entirety of Rune. They're converging. Our lake now, suckers. Okay, how goes Isengard? I think the best idea is to try and cut them off right here. Encircle all these guys, crush them, let them think they're winning, send all of our cav in, instantly start losing because they're reinforced. Oh my god. Just find it anywhere, dude. That's crossing a river, so that's not good. The ants are coming. The ants are on the way. They're not especially scary in this timeline, though, weirdly enough. They got 5 divisions here. Okay, maybe we need to be a little bit more careful. What if you didn't go all the way around like a dum-dum? All right, we're closing in on their second capital, and I suspect that's going to be it for Rune. They're 92% to capitulation, so sending the backdoor cav. They are strapped for supplies. They have no food, so they have slowed down dramatically. But they're still making their way in here. Don't care about heavy fighters or radar. I think it's interesting they tried to do like eagles, but what's funny is nobody, and I mean nobody in the game has them. There is not a single, like if we did do eagles, we would have 100% air superiority over every spot on the map because not a single person, other faction has them. What was that about suicide pills? Don't worry about it. It's for our spies. But it's almost like the AI doesn't know that they're supposed to do eagles. I think our next best bet is probably just passive defense until we finish that. Didn't remember a second ago when I was like, we're gonna hyper-industrialize military factories, and then I got sidetracked by Isengard? I remember. Okay, yeah, so... Step one, let's make sure we have plenty of food. We only have like one food silo. If we have max food stores, our food stockpile capacity is 440k. And we consume 5.4 a day, right? One food silo is 100k. So let's make one more food silo. Somewhere where it's going to be relatively safe, like in the middle of nowhere. And then at least one more farm. It always confuses me looking at the oil before we build a farm. We have one farm here, no farm there in Helm's Deep. So let's make a farm in Helm's Deep. Maybe a farm in the Westham Net as well, because that'll also give us like leather supplies, which is useful. And then it's all in on military factories. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we'll start there. All right, have the Ints arrived yet? No, they're still like dragging their feet. I can't believe Isengard is putting up this much resistance. Unbelievable, actually. Okay. They finally figured out how to reinforce Kugavad at 93% capitulation, because of course they did. Meanwhile, okay, we need to fix this. This front line is so stupid. Oh no, man, it's so bad. Hold on, there's so much impassable terrain here and nonsense. Aragorn did this to spite us for attacking him earlier? Maybe. Perhaps. Like, I have way too many horses deployed in the south, which is not what I want. I really need them to finish the job up here. Except for these guys. Alright. Surround Saruman. Now, who's the dudes in the north right here, right? These guys. This is about to get very obnoxious for you. Because there's technically two front lines. I love when 11 of my divisions get sidelined on a single tile. And we're stuck fighting in the mountains, and they have 1100 defense. Cool, yeah, alright. These front lines are crazy. Okay, so here's the issue, right? The front lines are all sorts of messed up. Because I need a substantial amount of people, like these guys, to be on this front line, right? We got just too many pockets. We simply have too many pockets. We're not gonna have any defense. We're kind of abandoning the right. I say we come back to it later. Maybe continue to try and push for Kugavad. This is the border right here on the right. This is the edge. Okay, so their dude is like kind of moving. They're redistributing some troops because they know we're getting close. 93% to capitulation. I believe. We're scattering our units across the whole globe, men. Those guys are juiced. I love hearing the revving engine noise when you click on the horses. Yeah. There it is. Wait, no, that's Isengard. Okay, so they got Isengard to recapitulate. Nobody has any victory points, hilariously. So we just have to keep passing. And since I have de facto the most, for some reason, you can't even... What are you supposed to do? Demand is too expensive, so... nobody can do anything. We just leave them alone? We just go, tisk tisk, bad Saruman, don't do that again. I have to invade him now. You can't keep passing. I am passing. You can't go above 60. Can you puppet for 111? Yeah. It's a white piece, which is crazy. So we get Orthanc back. Look, they're not gonna stay dead, right? We know now. I have to like surround them and prepare to invade. I'm in my own war. You have a truce. How long does a truce last? 6 months. Okay, so we have about 6 months to figure out what we want to do. Meanwhile, outside of Kugavad, to try and get that taken care of, we also have some more factories now. So we are way short on cav and way short on support equipment. Our factories are still not optimal. We have about 20% efficiency to go. So they will get more optimal over time. The big fear is the 6.6k infantry equipment that we have left. That's the big fear. Right, you run out of spears, you run out of everything. So I'm thinking let's go from 15 to 18 spear factories. 2 more support equipment factories, 2 more cav factories. We're about to pivot into mass military factory construction after we make sure that food is completely safe. And if we can just get the capitulation here in the north, then we can reroute all of our armies to Mordor. But yeah, we already did the things that we can do. 94% to capitulation. I feel like they insta-capitulate if we take Kugavad. One has to assume. But our horses are going 1 kilometer per hour because they're out of food. They're doing their best. And we are redistributing a massive, massive army group here. Oh no, they might cut me off. If they're stupid, they won't defend Kugavad. We're going so slow. And then around Isengard. Oh, why do I have too many units here? We do have too many units. Oh yeah. I forgot about this army group. So this is mostly conscripts. 13 conscripts, huh? Nothing wrong with that. All right, let's take... These guys have too many armies, so the more armies they have, they get a penalty. I must have accidentally grouped them up. There we go. That'll even it out. Okay, you guys... either sweep into the south from here, or, better idea, join the other field marshal in the Mordor campaign, and then you guys can take that. That's a pretty solid plan. Now, what do we do about these guys? I am just going to manually try and take control here. Close this pocket. That way we don't have to keep staffing it. Now what about this pocket? Back against the wall, fighting in the mountains with 1100 defense. No big deal. We just have 13 divisions surrounding Durthang. Durthang. Okay, we couldn't get to Kugavad before they tried to jump in, which is highly unfortunate. And now we only have 13 divisions of Cav to play with here. Okay, you guys just keep moving up. I can't believe... Oh, they're using Last Stand. I say keep attacking through Last Stand because they take permanent losses to their actual fighting power. The Ints have finally arrived to encircle... Isengard. We're taking the Ints to Isengard. They didn't even burn down the forest. The Ints are just pissed in this timeline. But yeah, we are incredibly close to a breakthrough here. We just have to wait for this. We have no supply connection to the capital, which I think it's just because we only recently took it. Because there definitely is a supply connection to the capital, but it's very circuitous. I love that the supplies have to go down this red line here, and then instead of going just west to east, you have to go all the way up. It's not the worst idea to just connect that. Just to save them some time. But yeah, they're definitely connected. I think it only just now activated. So we do have supplies up here, which means should be GG's. Because horsies, if the horsies are well fed, and they are, the horsies move fast. Oh, they're gonna cap Kugavad before I can. They're swarming them from the west, man. Dale, Gondor's here. Everyone's here. Yeah, they are swarming Kugavad. And we've taken Kugavad. How have they not capitulated instantaneously? Thank you. Rune has capitulated, giving us 50% of their stockpiled equipment, which in this case is not a lot. I was hoping they had more. They were strapped for supplies too. 35 support equipment were saved. This is a great victory for the kingdom of Rohan. Rohan! Actually, it is huge, because look at us now. We're massive. We are chunked out of our minds. So I'm going to take all the cav, put them back under Aomir. That's huge, though, because now the war is only in the south. So it's kind of up to us to decide when and where to push. It kind of seems like we're just winning, doesn't it? So we're at 110,000 Rohan casualties. Gondor's at 500,000. How many do they have left? They have 1 million manpower. We have about 1 million deployed man. We have a little bit more. So we slightly outnumber Gondor at the moment. I didn't like any of these because I don't like production output cost up. I do like reliability up 5% is good, but these, I don't know if the rest of these make up for it. Plus the food consumption. I think I'm just going to ignore that MIO, actually. We also need more leather, so we're going to do some trading. We can take Gondor. Yeah, we can take... Where's the Fellowship right now? The One Ring has been destroyed, and there wasn't even a pop-up? So after the spider, Frodo is freed from the tower and the Fellowship continues toward Mount Doom. The Fellowship arrives in a road ruin. The One Ring has been destroyed. That was ours. Yeah, that was supposed to be ours, dude. No big deal. Apparently. We got another food silo. So yeah, where should Field Marshal Theoden go now? Is the question. Yeah, we ain't done yet. Dude, they keep doing last stand. I don't know how they're even reinforcing. In my opinion, their capital's over here. Sturlustakand, right? Ooh, Field Marshal level up. Holdfrid? Holdfrid, I would like to give you... I think division recovery rate plus 10% is fine. I think Theoden wants to go on this eastern side also. And just go for an Omega push to the capital there. Oh, that's an impassable bit of terrain. Huh. Oh, you can't even get in there. Okay. So that actually makes it easier on us. So this is the impassable line that we're just going to trace all the way down here. And their capital's right at the edge. And now, it's not going to be as stretched thin as it looks. Because I know it looks very thin. But it won't be. All right, and let them reposition to the south. While we try and take out these last holdouts here. Still gotta finish off the rest of them. Yes, we do. We still gotta finish off the rest of these dumb nerds. If they just stop last standing, we might actually be able to put a dent in them. Maybe they're out of command points. All right, we're making some progress over here. I also gotta pay attention to when it's time to go to war with Isengard again and knock him out once and for all. Because we're at 90 here, but yeah. We've finally gotten through, I think they're like 1,000 defense. Now they have a much more manageable 107. And we've encircled these nerds. So we should see some helmets popping. I want to look at their casualty rates here soon. Oh yeah, they're down to 3. Now they're down to 2. Now they're down to 1. Gone. Hell yeah. Inji Company 3, more entrenchment, cool. What about Cav? Light cavalry supply use down, lancers, and heavy. I wanted to make some heavy cav, but honestly, they have all these cool things, but you don't have enough industry in this mod to really be able to use most of them. And that's where the balance kind of comes in. Maybe Gondor or Mordor or somebody can. But because these take factories to manufacture, you really... And you start with a bunch of... Like, I've really only trained 4 to 6 extra units of light cav. So to even keep the ones you begin the game with stocked, you don't really have enough factories to spend on anything else but light cav, unless you want to abandon the light cav you start with. Which doesn't, you know, you don't really want to abandon it. You want them to keep stockpiled. And we're 1.5k in the hole, and we can only, even with 15 factories at 70% efficiency, we're only getting 6 per day. So you can't really, it's hard to pivot into different types of horses because you start with so many light cav that it's not really viable. At least in my opinion. So I'm not really sure how to fix that. Balance is hard. Game balance is hard. Printing horses ain't easy. No, it's not. No, it is not. With a suspicious eye on recent developments in world politics, the Kingdom of Gondor extends the hand of friendship, offering us protection and urging us to stand with them in defense of the principles of liberty and democracy. I'm already in the Gondor Alliance. You dingus. Okay. Light cavalry 2 on a month, 117 on a monthly basis. It's not bad. That's a lot, actually. Okay, here's the issue, right? We need to situate this. How about we make 2 different fronts? Before we do anything, can you guys just solve this little problem up here in Durthang? Durthang. Do your thing. 98. 90. Oh, I saw somebody die. 2 hobbits sail to the Undying Lands. Frodo Baggins, the resolute halfling who bore the One Ring to its destruction, and his venerable uncle Bilbo embark on a journey beyond the Western Sea to the fabled Undying Lands. The news reverberates across the realms, evoking a tapestry of emotions from joy to sorrow. In a poignant ceremony held at the docks of Rivendell, surrounded by friends, family, and well-wishers, the 2 hobbits step onto a ship that will carry them to Aman. A rare exception granted by the elves. Don't worry, we'll keep picking up your mess, Frodo. I'm just kidding. So here's the thing. We only have 1,000 infantry equipment left. So I'm going to say 20 factories of mass-produced equipment, 15 of support, and hold it there and just try and like let this production efficiency spool up. We get the notification of them leaving to the Undying Lands, but not the ring being destroyed. Yeah, I mean... What do you want? All right, we are super disorganized here. City Forges, max factories and estate up 20%, factory output up 15%. That's huge. Maybe we should go for this one, but it's got a little ahead of time penalty for even more. That one's ahead of time. We're about to get the final industrialization ones. Food situation looks okay, but you never want to let it like fall too far behind, right? Plus, this lets us get more leather. Let's go for the food gain from farms, and that leads to more leather, which we're gonna need. Okay, time to get organized. So, you lads... Oh, this is like an Omega front line. Oh. Oh yeah, we must have united the front. Okay, so... What you're saying is, ditch Field Marshal Huldfrid for now. Maybe. No, let's keep Huldfrid. Hold on. Huldfrid, I got you, bro. These guys have the Elven Skirmishers. These guys have conscripts. Maybe we should, like, regroup these. That way Hama has all conscripts, 100% conscripts, and then General, what's his name, has 18, so he's kind of like stronger. He's got the Bannerlords. And then you guys have one giant front line here. Best of luck to you. And then it makes the most sense to kind of like push to the edge of Mordor. This is the edge of Mordor. Because if you close all this out, then the front line changes very, very dramatically. Okay. And that way we can get Theoden to do very specific moves. So I can go ahead and start having these guys move up and do their thing aggressively. Radar stations. Okay, research for magic. Why not? Yeah, I don't know. Gimli's just gone forever, I guess. Gimli's out of here. Gimli left. I don't know where I want Theoden to go, to be honest. I honestly think we win this if we could just push. I'm just gonna run out of, like, spears before they do. So that's why I can't do, like, a super push. Widespread literacy plus 5% research speed, but that leads to either weekly stability up, political power, or more research speed. All of these are good. Let's do the daily political power and some weekly stability. You know what, Theoden? How long do we have to be in a truce with Isengard? The 26th of Jan. Why don't you take all the horse lords and get revenge when the time comes. All right, we're just gonna move all the horses over there and chill. Meanwhile, supplies continue to drain, but the war must go on. And the pockets of resistance must continue to crumble. Angmar has canceled their non-aggression pact. Should I be concerned? Should I be concerned? Angmar, what you doing over there, Angmar? Okay, yeah, actually, you know what? Military construction speed guy? Let's get him. 10% faster military construction. Bam, bam, bam. Look at all these military factories coming in, chat. We are about to be gaming. Trying to see where we have the most space. I'm working on Rohan's core infrastructure here. We're trying to get everything up to at least a level 3. That picture was Varys. Who? There's a lot of weird pictures that look either Game of Thrones or AI generated. It's hard to say which. Could be both. Okay, we have negative bows now as well. Which is artillery, which is a problem. So we're going to start getting some more recurve bow factories in. Good job with the pockets of resistance here, boys. Also, good job with, this is an impassable spot right here, so we won't actually be able to keep open front. They won't be able to connect these two fronts like this. Okay, I got too many pop-ups. Passive defense, continue. Excavation 3, another 8% resource gain efficiency. Let's just keep it trucking. Kind of staying afloat. Looking good so far, lads. Okay, that'll make the front line way more manageable for us. We have an operative we can recruit. Yeah, this is not Tywin, not Arya. Completely different people, chat. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't feed the AI prompt something something Game of Thrones and then change it a little bit. It's a little more forgivable when it's just a free mod, I guess. But it's still like... Here's the thing. You're already using the license for Lord of the Rings for your free mod, right? So you're clearly not concerned with whether you're using someone else's intellectual property, which is fine. But I'm just saying that you could just take pictures of these people from the other existing Lord of the Rings properties without even having to use AI. There's a whole repository of Lord of the Rings card games that have character art on them that you could just use instead of AI. if you're already using other people's IP anyway. And you're already using their actual physical actors' likenesses in the game. I feel like you could just take it from the other existing card games. But anyway. Chat, what the hell's going on in this game? How many oh, I was recruiting an operative. Let's do... Guthgith. Interesting name. Compliance is bad. As long as resistance stays low, I don't really care. I know we got a manpower problem. And we're low on artillery, aka bows, we're low on cavalry, aka light tanks, and we're low on support equipment, and we're about to run out of infantry equipment. We had 50k surplus, now we have 500 surplus. So for all those reasons, I am currently like going all in on factories. Now granted, we're not... Oh dear. We're not really engaged in too much active combat. Most of the stuff we're going to be losing is due to attrition almost exclusively. And Herod Waith is just like not able to defend all this. The Mouth of Sauron has like 300,000 troops versus our millions. So we're just kind of rolling over the landscape here, and then we're going to divvy up the spoils of war. And the peace conference for this is going to be real crazy. See, now suddenly we're 3k infantry equipment in the hole, waiting on these factories. Just once the factories become more efficient, I think that this changes. But until then, it's difficult to say. I say let's just plug 5 more into the basics. 1 division from Enid Waith as an expeditionary force? Don't insult me. Also, are we just gonna leave this dude? We're just gonna ignore him and pretend like he's not there? There's one little pocket of resistance. Imagine the insane amount of content we'll get in 2044 when Lord of the Rings enters the public domain. That's a thought. Oh yeah, we're moving up along this, there's a lake right here. The Sea of Nurnen. Okay, how, dude, this is gonna take a while. Got max passive defense for counterintelligence. Let's do interrogation techniques for operative capture chance. If anybody's doing, we can move our spy also. So a nice thing to do with spies, if you have the La Resistance DLC, is build an intel network behind the front lines, and it'll actually help erode the defense's entrenchment. Have 6 months passed? Nope. I think it's January. But I already sent all the horse lords over there. They're gonna be ready. In fact, I would do some exercises if we had more supplies, but seeing as we don't, I'm gonna let that be. All right, you guys are doing pretty good. Just keep marching. And then on this side, I guess, keep marching too, because why not, right? And then we meet in the middle here, because we're coming up from the west and from the east. We're capturing more factories as we go. New objective, survive until 2044. Basically. Okay, how about 20 support equipment factories and then 20 horsey factories? Rocket development. All right, we're just doing our focus tree just to say we did it. I'm not actually gonna do magic rockets. In this game, instead of nukes, you use magic for nukes. Dude, there's so many troops here. This is just it's just a matter of time now, I think. But Christmas is on its way. We're now 7,000 infantry equipment in the hole, so I think we're just losing it mostly to attrition, like I have to assume. Okay, boys, just keep moving in. Let's close this down. Interrogation techniques. All right, we're gonna come back to... let's just keep doing the intelligence thing, because it'd be funny. It would be so funny to crack the cipher of Gondor. Like, what code are they using that I could possibly break? Mm? Like Gandalf is on top of Minas Tirith, flashing the strobe on the top of his staff in Morse code, and I intercept using the Palantir. Maybe the Palantir. All right, fine. I'll make my cryptology department next. Rohan is big. Rohan is going to have to... Who's going to occupy Mordor is the question, because let's see. How many troops do we need for our garrisons? We need 250,000 manpower to occupy Mordor so far. Isengard needs 17k. Khand needs 2.39k, 13k, and 73k in runes. So, like, 300,000 manpower just for garrisons. And I'm sort of just like micromanaging these guys down here. We could create an order for them, but at this point I actually think this is a little faster. Believe it or not. Once we close the door on this area, I think it gets better. The Code of Laws. Daily political power gain goes up by more than 0. But it's like 0.1. So we're at 1.32 per day, which is nice. Weekly stability's going up. We're bringing law to the lands. Let's do mathematics. The research speed buff is okay, but we really want to get to the last, like there's another industrial research after that one, which is cool. Oh man, they are sprawling out down here. I didn't even notice this. Yeah, Gondor's just going for it, huh? They are just going for it. Just arrived, missed the Great Offensive. Yes, you have missed the Great Offensive and the resurgence of Isengard. And the march into Rhûn in the east. And now we're marching into the Herodwaith. We've just gotten done helping Gondor occupy Mount Doom and Barad-dûr. And now we're trying to take the rest from the mouth of Sauron. But there's just a bunch of units on the screen going ham, dude. And it's hard to say who's doing what here. I'm just kind of like continuing to move. And then we can focus on the south. Man, logistics companies, those would be helpful. We also have 271 army XP. So maybe we should use some of that, yeah? All right, Bannerlords. We don't have enough supplies. I'd have to give up the first aid tent to get a logistics company. But I don't think that's a great idea. So instead, I'm just going to go ahead and get the spirits that I never got earlier because we were always short on army XP. It's a little late for Tenacious Defense, Bold Attack, or Meticulous Preparation. It feels like. But I do feel like Embrace the Future with the Panzer Officer trait is good for Rohan. So let's do that. And then Spirit of the Army. Because, like, the Panzers are the tanks are horses in this case. Now, for Officer Corps. Entrenchment speed, planning speed, cavalry attack. See, that sounds correct, but weirdly there's no cavalry in this mod. They're tanks disguised as horses. So that actually won't buff us, which is kind of funny. Of all of these, maybe just Professional Officer Corps, Army Experience gain up, Command Power gain, and Land Doctrine cost. It's not the worst. Army Advisor cost is meh, I don't know. And then for the final one, Entrenchment Speed, Max Entrenchment, Division Speed. I do like speed, Reconnaissance, Training Time, organization buffs or division speed. So these are both division speed. But this one has 5% more coordination, whereas this has less organization loss when moving. Let's go for the division speed and coordination. Maneuver warfare sounds fun. And then we can pick our land doctrine, which starts as mobile warfare, which I think just makes sense. And we already have breakthrough plus 20% for Cav variants that has a tank symbol next to it. 10% more speed is good, and then the next one down is just all infantry and mobile get 15 org. That's huge. That's so much soft HP. So we just shoot up to like almost 60 organization as a result of that, so way better. Okay. Let's keep moving in. You guys are so close to being able to just completely redeploy. I feel like these guys have been walking over the mountains for a long time. Will there be a season 2 of the Las Vegas Vultures? I don't know. Not right now. I don't make plans more than a day in advance. But probably not anytime soon, I would say. But anyway, what's up, Arin? ROS? I'm surprised the Palantir isn't a mechanic in the game, Scripps, now that you mention it. Maybe it is. Maybe there's a Palantir for Orthanc and Barad-dûr. So Isengard is going to be in a forced truce till 26th of January. Yeah, Saruman has a Palantir, so maybe he has something relevant. Okay, this is gonna go way faster once we get rid of these guys. Gondor is already going ham, so they're 35% towards capitulation. I'm the one going slow. Because I need to try and get to the capital if possible. So I'm just gonna say, send it. Cavalry improvements. So supply usage minus 10% for the light cav is nice right now. And then we can do light cav max speed up, or we can get light cav 4. I would like to get like the best light cavalry that we can possibly get. And then start producing those if we can rebuild our stockpiles. Whose front line is that? Okay, look at it. Pocket closed. This is an impassable line, so they're gonna have to go all the way around to get to this front, which you should take the train. I don't know if there is good infrastructure in Mordor. I assume there is not. Now, we might be too many people over here for the low amount of supplies that I expect there to be. So it's probably a good idea to try and upgrade these trains. And then all you guys have to do is just keep moving. Orc trains. Where's the Fellowship? They went home. The ring got easily melted. Barely anyone even got hurt. Yeah, I mean, just about 1 million people in the Gondor Alliance and 1.23 million people, or sorry, 2 million people in Rune and Haradwaith. And then however many people from Saruman. Speaking of Saruman, it's almost time to get revenge. So before we get revenge and try and close this out, I'm gonna take a quick BRB, take a very fast pee break, and also I have been told there's a smoothie for me. Be right back. Yo, I have a smoothie. What happened to the exiled king of Angmar? I don't know. What did become of that? Smoothie. Okay. By the way, chat, I don't know if you guys noticed, because I'm such a small little camera guy down here. But I got my Hobbit shirt on. It's a Hobbiton B&B. Summer camp of 37. Make it an adventure. Second breakfast included. There we go. 3037, probably 1937. Would be my guess. It's almost time to divvy up Mordor. I can smell victory on the horizon. We just gotta fight through, like, the worst part of Middle-earth. The massive desert where there's no supplies. Though while they're busy trying to stop us in the east, Gondor's just cruising through the belly right here, just opened up. How's the front? We're looking at it right now. Gondor's got some dudes encircled. We can help. They got like 3 divisions. It's pretty much over as far as the war for the ring goes. However, the peace treaty afterwards, we get to do the thing that George R.R. Martin is always famously quoted as having talked about. You know what I mean? we get to we get to handle the George R.R. Martin. Well, what happens afterward? What happens after? Has completed upgrade radio interception group. Okay, so we have to do radio interception group first and get decryption power. I'm working on, by the way, our spy intelligence agency is called the Horse Whisperers. Mary Skipper came up with that one. Food from farms up 50%. All right, so our farming situation is quite good now. And that should open up more leather from farms. Advanced leather processing. From the Riddlemark Farmstead. No enemy cipher is being decrypted. I'm gonna start decrypting. Does it have to be an enemy only? 480 days to decrypt Gondor. I mean, Isengard? That's too many. We're not gonna need that many days. Ford, I don't know what you're talking about. What did you think? What? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. All right, we need to. They're actually starting to get a little bit on this front line. We're gonna go for Gizar. There's a place called Gizar here. I don't think this is a fight we want to take. And if they're retreating out of this, then by all means, they can't have any supplies either. When you were leaning back to show off the shirt, my eyes went to the unopened boxes in the back. Oh, those are board games. Those are old board games from like, I used to collect a bunch from like 2008. Let's see how many casualties we've taken versus inflicted. We've taken 141,000, which seems generous to me. That seems low. Gondor's taken 500k, so they've been slamming into Herodwaith. We've dealt 358k back to Rune and 338k to the Herodwaith. So we've inflicted like 700,000 casualties and taken 140k. So we've been doing pretty good for ourselves. We're up in our factory count while we're occupying all this territory. So we got 25 on making affordable, mass-producible spears, which clearly I was correct because we need them. I'm glad we didn't try to go fancier because we're burned. Now, that being said, you could argue that their reliability only being 63%, maybe that's the actual problem. I don't know. Maybe it is. But the production cost is only 0.4 for each one versus the fanciest ones is 0.8. So they're twice as expensive. And they're not 100% reliable either. They're like 80% and then 85% reliable at the end. But they're probably a lot stronger. I'm trying to rely on my horses. We just haven't been able to get enough horses going. So that's the hard bit. No pun intended on the horse bit. In 100 days, we'll get some factories back, and we'll be able to produce even faster. Stability's going up. War support's perfect. We got logistics-wise. We're starting to equalize on support equipment, actually. Bows are the big problem. I'm gonna delete this old longbow production line because we got the brand new fancy pants recurve bows that have more defense and 4 more soft attack. So ditch this. And then I'm gonna say like at least 8 factories just on recurve bows. Maybe just go to tin. Kind of simple in terms of our needs. I wanted to make more Bohirim, but we really just need to catch up on the light cav. And we still have 600,000 troops. Let's go 5, 5, 5. That'll give them something to do. We're missing some resources, so I'm going to trade with Lothlorien for leather. And trade with Mirkwood for some string. And then we're kind of running out of supplies. Did we kill the Balrog yet? By the way, notice that these guys actually have some supplies up here. I think that rail we built connected it. There's actually a supply hub right here. And it is worth trying to backcap that. And it is also worth trying to sneak in between these spots. And take as much territory here as we can. Okay, I have 150 political power. What should I spend it on? We just got an architect for military factory construction speed. Perhaps it's time that we got another high command dude who maybe we should have had a long time ago. We have bow soft attack plus 10%. Division attrition -7. That might be good. I feel like we're losing a lot to attrition. The logistics expert. I'm going to take that guy. Our political power gains up to 1.33 now, which is really nice. All right, you know what time it is, chat? You know what time it is? Saruman can declare war on a country with the same ideology group without a war goal. You bastard! You can declare war on me, but I can't declare war on you because you're a cooperative. You have the right because of national focuses, but I'm not allowed to declare war on you. Are you serious? We do a little bit of trolling, I guess.
Oh, he's reformed. You can't declare war on him. He's an esteemed wizard. Yes.
On the upside, while the Cav rests, they're rebuilding their deficit, so maybe we just let them sit there. And then if he does declare war, if we beat him, we don't have enough victory points to claim his last territory. So it's like a win-win for him, where I can never do anything bad against him. You know what that means? It means I can never... Can I never declare war against Gondor either? Because they're cooperative? I haven't really thought this through, apparently. We could go to war with, like... Oh, well, there is a way. You could leave the Alliance, then declare war on Mirkwood, and that would drag Gondor into a war. The problem with that, of course, is the fact that we're not completely independent. But I could just save more of the resources via economic laws, but I would lose so many factories because we're currently exporting a significant amount of leather. So we would lose a ton of factories. Okay, where the hell was that? Dude, I wanted to get that supply hub. We should be able to, and simultaneously pocket. Dude, the attrition here is 17% because of the bad supply. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. That's kind of a me problem. I'm probably getting a lot of my dudes killed. That's definitely an oversight on my part because, but look, we're gonna take the supply depot right here, and then it's gonna be no problemo. We need to, it's actually time to go to a continuous focus because I think we've researched, oh wait, we can support Aragorn's claim. He's already king. So what's the point? Technology sharing. How about resistance suppression? Since we're occupying so many areas, that actually might be the best one. Possibly. Oh yeah, they see the problem. Go ahead and attack these guys. We gotta start shutting the door here. We gotta close this down. Oh my god, they're opening it back up. They know. They know I'm trying to take the supply hub. What's up, Sim? How's it going, dude? Welcome to the stream. I gotta change the game volume a little bit. There we go. Okay. It's fine. It's gonna be about the same. It's only loud when I zoom in. Sim, are you prepared to go to Middle-earth? Are you a Middle-earth guy? Or are you like a fantasy is for nerds guy? Are you a sci-fi or fantasy individual, Sim? Or neither? But yeah, there's some cool mods for Hearts of Iron. It's really crazy what they've done. Since you've played base Hearts of Iron, you'll understand how much work it probably took to make a custom focus tree for all the nations and a custom research tree with ballistas and siege towers, cavalry instead of tanks, which is hilarious, spears and swords and bows, and some custom 3D models. It's pretty impressive, really. And then instead of a tank designer, there's a horse designer, which I have loved. Welcome to Conquered Middle-earth. It's not conquered yet. It's not conquered yet. Fantasy is definitely for nerds. I don't know if you've been paying attention the last 10 years, Sim, but the nerds won. Okay? If we live in a world where Avengers Infinity War was like the biggest movie of our times. You know, the nerds won. This isn't EU4? Nah, EU4 is for nerds. So there's no air combat? Sure there is. You simply have to go to the Secrets of Men and research scout eagles and teach them how to drop rocks. And then you can have a bomber or a fighter force of eagles. Duh. This guy hasn't even researched nuclear magic technology to cast long-range nukes as a spell. Silly goose. Have you seen Rings of Power? I don't think the nerds have won. Sure they have. Rings of Power is indicative of how the nerds have won. The nerds have won so much that CEOs that still don't understand how they won are trying to like live amongst them. You know what I mean? And take advantage of something that they don't comprehend or understand. The fact that Rings of Power is being made and it's as bad as it is indicative of the fact that nerds have won. Because if they had lost, we'd still be trying to make good things. Now we're just trying to make content out of nerddom, right? Now we've gone, Marvel is just content. That's how you know we've become too successful. Excavation 4. All right, resource efficiency gain needs to continue because if we're gonna go independent, then it's gonna get worse before it gets better. And yeah, I don't mind getting like elastic defense here. That's a nice card. Good attacker defense perks, plus our cavalry gets some organization, reinforce rate goes up, and cav is 10% faster. All those things are good. I just watch sports and work out. I work 18 hours a day. Enjoy your Middle Earth, nerd. Sim, I would believe that you work out 18 hours a day. And that you work the rest of the time. And watch sports while you're working out on the treadmill. Okay? Of all the nerds, you're the only one I know who's actually participated in a marathon or 5K. Alright? So I understand that you look down on the little people like me now, that you've crossed the finish line of these gargantuan life challenges, like being able to walk further than to your driveway to pick up your Uber Eats. But, you know, have some room in your heart for the little people who are glued to their chair and unable to even lift the remote off of their chest. He's literally flexing on you. Yes, he is. Gotta take the babes to bed. Have fun, Ital. Sim has got multiple babes that he is taking to his bed. I don't... Multiple babes. Not even one that he's taking to bed right now. Really just coming in here and trying to flex on everyone in chat. Have a good one, dude. Chat, how is this one division giving me so many problems? Research speed +3, don't really care. What I do care about is that it opens up this advanced architecture, but before we get to that, we can do city forges and urban industry, which are both going to give us the same bonus. 20% max factories for both and 15% factory output for both. So they're both fantastic. So we need to get both of those in. But yeah, we need to lock this down, boys. Poke them with the spears. Okay, radio interception group is locked. I say let's just use the factories to finish the infrastructure. And then once they've done that... Do we want more infrastructure? Okay, this is getting crazy. This screen is crazy. It's not the modder's fault. It's hard to tell what I'm looking at. Are we going to be good on food for a while? Maybe. But the more farms we make, the more leather we'll produce also, for whatever that's worth. I think let's just go ham on factories for now, because we're about to get 20% more space in each of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 military factories. Go for it. Haradwaith is 41% toward capitulation. And we've got a new supply hub that should be usable by us imminently, and we are going to immediately upgrade. Actually, that's a better idea. Upgrading these rails. I want like a level 3 rail connection all the way back to the capital. Which should be very doable. Yeah, that should be very doable. So let's just raise all of those to the top, and we'll build the rails first. They're not really railroads, they're just regular roads. But yeah, we do need supplies in a big way. So in 3 days, we'll at least have some supplies, and you'll see all of their little supplies received woes start to be alleviated. There you go. Now we're going to increase motorization level, and suddenly, wow. Everyone except for the people down here who are just out of reach have supplies. Okay, and that should sustain us for the push into the capital to end this war. Because their organization is shooting up now. We can afford to go back to aggressive. It's so funny, like, we're using 400,000 manpower just to occupy Mordor. The logistics of having to occupy Mordor is kind of just hilarious to me on its own. But their capital's right there. So I'm really interested to see what happens. I really don't want Mordor to be the first one there, you know what I'm saying? I want to be the first one there. So we're just going to march some conscripts down and see if they left anybody to guard it. And they're at 43% capitulation, so I'm curious what that changes to. Nobody's there. Nobody's home. They're probably scrambling to try and get to it to defend it now, but it's too late. I'm in your house. Taken Sturlustakand. My new home. Having to cross the river to do it. Boom. That's probably gonna be... It's gotta be more than 45%. Maybe it hasn't updated yet. Ain't no way that only went up by 1%. They got a lot of ports and points of interest down here on the west. We're actually positive 4.6k infantry equipment. You know why? Because I had 15 factories and now I have 28 factories making spears. We had negative 1k support equipment, now we have positive 1k support equipment. And you know what that means? Bannerlords, who still have field hospitals, and they're about to get upgraded with a logistics company. Supply usage down, trickle back and war support protection up, food consumption down. The downside is we're gonna need 1,000 support equipment to outfit them, and we still have 59 org, which is great. We had like under 50 before because we just upgraded our military doctrine. So this seems like a quite nice... I would like the ballistas as well, maybe. What do ballistas even do? I don't know. I like our current setup, so I'm just going to give them the benefit of the logistics company. I can't give them to the conscripts also. So the Bannerlords, it makes sense that they would be the ones that get it. Dude, they are still trying to get to the front. Logistics Company 2 came in at a great time. Another 10% off supply usage. Keep that one rolling. Those are gonna save some lives. Lightcav 4 will be fun also if we can get that upgrade going. I don't want to do that yet. I want to wait till the war is over to get the new factory line spooled up. They have double the armor just from the outset, 18 to 36. Reliability goes up by 16%. Their speed goes up. Soft attack goes up. Defense goes up. Unlocks new cutlasses. All right, let's get total mobilization of our industry. City Forges 2 is the last one. We got urban industry researching for the final 15% factory output and final 20% more space. They want 400. They want to give me 455 elven bows. Be my guest, elves. They're like, hey, I want to hook you up, bro. One of my generals leveled up. Yeah, let's do infantry attack, 10% for sure. What happened to my front lines? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Chaos. Gondor's just been going rogue. And the front line has been split up a little bit, but that kind of works for me. Yeah, just send it, dude. Aggressively. Because they have all but abandoned their territories here. So we're just walking in. Dude, Mordor's just walking in. Where are all their troops? They only have 150k left? Oh my god, they're all dying. They're basically gone. What do we have to do to make them capitulate at this point? Like, at this stage, we may as well spread out, right? Across the whole thing. Wait, that's the wrong group. That's the wrong group. These guys. Gobel and Calamon. Sounds like a Harry Potter spell, bro. Does it really go to the edge? No way. Okay, well, kinda. There's like a impasse right here. This is the edge. Hard to see. All right. You guys got a lot of room to redistribute upon, but just keep attacking. There's really no reason to stop. To the last man! We will be to the last man at this point if I keep having to, like... If I keep having to, walk across the deserts. Modify the farm by 1. Do I really care about leather when I'm Rohan? When I'm freaking... Oh yeah, I forgot about this. It's 0.64 ahead of time, so maybe too early anyway. There's another 10% factories in state, 20% construction speed, but it's got an ahead of time as well. What does resistance activity chance do? What does that do? Just like, does it affect how often they roll the dice to see whether resistance goes up? Weekly stability plus 0.2% is sick. Where's the music? They don't even have music for how fast we're blitzing through this territory. So for the Free Orcs of Mordor, we need 200,000 troops. For Hrodwaith, 20,000 troops. For Isengard, 11k, 11k, 13k, and 49k. So slowly, as resistant, or like we got civilian oversight for these guys now. Let's change from military governor to local police force for Isengard. Realm of Daggerlight can go civilian oversight. They're at 0. So the reason you want to change these is because it starts building compliance. The more compliance you have, the more raw materials, resources, and factories you get to use from them. So micromanaging this is usually worth it. As resistance goes down, you want to kind of ease up from military governor to secret police and all that. Okay, now, this area is gone. They've been deleted from the game. 64% to capitulation. That's a different soundtrack. There we go. You'll recognize this one. General Derriere. We'll give you plus 10% offense as well. I think I'm gonna merge this dude's groups. Yeah. That way I don't have to draw a new front line or a new offensive line. There you go. I am so glad that the AI generals can competently move your troops to the front lines and I don't have to do that manually myself. That saves me so much headache. The researches on this tree seem fun. Yeah, they are fun. They're also OP as hell. But it's fine because it's a mod. But like permanent, positive stability every single week forever with no downside. You know what I mean? That's a little strong. Having even more industrial space and factory output over and over is pretty strong. But yeah, there's some interesting ones in there for sure. This is so unrelated to your stream. This is unrelated. Your stream got me through 240 phone calls I had to make for work today. It's my first time I'm here from Ambiguous Amphibians Trade. Number one, I'm so sorry that you got left here and abandoned by AA. Number two, 240 phone calls is too many phone calls for any human being. Number three, that seems very related to the stream. It seems intrinsically linked to the stream, you might even say. Is it very strong centralization time? Keep investing in this? Actually, I kind of want like a... Why would I get Grand Battle Plan? Mobile Warfare Doctrine cost, guys, so I can start getting way cheaper doctrine. Probably a good idea, too. I might save a little bit of Army XP in case I want to make some new division comps. How are they only 70%? Capitulating Hrodwaith is insanely difficult. There's a port city right here. Maybe that'll be some... That's their new capital, Umbar. Oh yeah, oh yeah, now they're 90%. Okay, I was wondering... Now it's probably over soon. It's going like... Wait, we're only on 3 speed? They're getting rolled. Getting these little peninsulas are always the hardest part. Anyway, thanks for your gift sub, Mad Dog Mac. I appreciate it. Thanks for the 1 month gift sub to ALSGJKD. It's over. It's over. We did it. Rune, Haradwaith, and Isengard are defeated. And now the Peace Conference. Also, thanks again, Too Many Errors for the 54 months and Tuna Man for the 53 months. I appreciate both you guys' subs. My war score is 666. Well, we have 42% of the war effort was us. Occupation, 6,500 points. That's twice as much as Gondor, because I had to occupy all of Mordor. Land combat damage, 9,600. We did more than Gondor there. They had way more casualties. The casualty rate seems like it got tuned down. Okay, well, now what? And then Mirkwood got 215 points. So it's gonna be me and Gondor trying to divvy all this up. I'm gonna lose so many factories here. Here's the thing. I don't want to liberate them. Do I? Satellite Minas Morgul by itself? This is gonna be... Dude, I don't want the Dead Marshes. What am I gonna do with the Dead Marshes? They have a couple factories. Ooh. Like, Gondor gets to go straight into Mordor if they want, right? And just start taking, like, raw materials and resources and factories. Whereas I, to get anything, have to go through the Dead Marshes to have a land connection to my territories. Or else. There's only one connection and it's here. The South Undeep. I guess the question is, should I even annex them? Let's see. Liberating is slightly cheaper. Puppeting is only barely cheaper. May as well annex them. The Dead Marshes have factories. Hilariously, yes. There's impassable... The actual Dead Marshes do not have factories, but the area around the Dead Marshes in Dagorlad have factories. The Dead Marsh has nothing. You can't even go through there. So I'm of the opinion Mirkwood is gonna try and take the area east of them. Do we just let them have the area east of them? There's some really good resources up here. Like, do we want to fight over Mordor or do we want to fight over Rune? Is kind of what we have to decide from this port. Because this is separated. And I'm trying to make sure that we have like a land connection. So we'd have to go all... Dude, where is the land connection from the north? Oh wait, we can go from in here. Yeah, we can go in here. So this has only 5 factories. Like, if we take the outskirts here, then we can just go straight in. And then there's 5 factories here. If I take Minas Morgul, I basically block them in. Wait, do I really... Am I gonna have Rohan occupy Mordor? That seems like a hostile work environment. So I can take all this on turn 1. But I leave what's east near Rune. And in here, there's not many resources unless we go over to Barad-dûr. And then there's another 9 factories, but there's 51 steel, 1 military, 5 military, 8 military, or yeah, there's 5 factories, 4 string. I don't know, dude. Oh dear. Who dis? Mirkwood is trying to take Mordor. Yeah, here's the thing about that. Nah. Wait, no, they're not. They're just trying to take, the Rune area, I think. What did Gondor do? Gondor is trying to change the government of Rune. Oh no, not this again. And they're trying to take the state of Poros so far. Gondor is just being Aragorn's just being a goody two-shoes. To be honest with you. Okay, so we need to take the big ones like Barad-dûr, the Mountains of Shadow if we want to steal, which I don't know. We don't even... What do you even do with steel? Eat it, I think. Here's a question, though. Are we just content with this and then go for Rune? There are a reasonable amount of factories up here for not that much money. Do we just let Mirkwood have this area? Or do we contest it? Don't forget Isengard. Isengard is literally not part of this war, so... What would you like me to do as far as remembering them goes? It seems like you have forgotten Isengard, little sexy. Which is the name of that chatter. Chat, okay? That's the name of the chatter. Let's do... Where was Gondor? Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I can't decide between the Rune and Mordor. I've already committed to Mordor, so I think we just continue to commit, but I might like having this territory as well. And then that. Gondor wants South Rune. No. We got 844 points. They have 633. Everybody wants this spot. Chat, why did this turn a different color? Wait, did I claim these for Gondor? I had Gondor clicked, didn't I? Can you change? Is it too late to change that, or do I need to Alt F4 now? I hate that you can do that without a confirmation dialogue. It gets me in every single Hearts of Iron Peace conference when I accidentally, like, because you try to click on this, and if you miss, you know what I mean? Like, you try to click on the arrow, and if you miss, then you selected them. It's the worst. I don't know when the last autosave was, dude, but I can't. You can't undo it! It's permanent, which is ridiculous. Like, I'd be understanding if you were still in the peace conference, if you could change your mind. If you had extra points left over. This is a good PNG. Luckily, autosave exists. Though I don't know when it autosaved. We might have to win the war one more time. Though I think that's not super difficult to do at this point. Because I'm pretty sure I just went bop bop. And then the war was won. It is not a few months, because it literally saves, I believe, at the first of every month. Except this time, we were not the first ones in the Umbar. My war score. But my war score. I wonder if I'll have more or less than 666 this time. What did we do that made them capitulate? Oh, it's probably taken this. Gobel and Kalamon was probably the one that pushed him over. Bro. Come on, bro. Just give up. Are you winning, son? Yeah, we already won. Where were you 5 minutes ago? You would know the answer to this question if you were here even 80 seconds ago. Before I had to Alt F4 out of the game to get back into the peace conference because Paradox. Why does it seem like it's actually taking longer? This is actually a more cursed timeline. Somehow. I'm not really sure how it happened. But we're having to do... There we go. Thank you. I actually have more war score this time, but I don't know how much Gondor had last time. Now, let's try again, but this time not accidentally annexing territory on behalf of Gondor. That's a great idea. Do I even want Mordor territory. I'm sort of like not sure. Do I even want to fight over it? It's so expensive. But it does have space for industrialization. All right, I'm going to start with this.
Your demands are contested.
And then I want this. I'm going to contest that. And I guess I'm just going to let them, the Mirkwood, have that area up there. And you just go bop, bop, bop. So this is an impasse. There's Minas Morgul, so that's the entrance. So I'm kind of blocking Gondor here, which might reflect poorly on me. So they're already fighting over these territories also. Your territories are green this time. They are. They are indeed. So there's 6 factories, 1 factory. Okay, I say we just keep rolling. Chad, Rohan. Rohan's gonna be so janky after this, bro. I feel like to even it out a little bit, we take Mountains of Ash. Because there should be an opening right there. 179 for this. 206 for this. Bro. Alright, I'm going deep on this territory. Gondor is trying. They're trying, bro. Are the Ints in this game? They sure are, dude. They sure freaking are. Okay, let's fill in all of this. Okay, no. We need to claim this from Gondor before it gets more expensive. Because if I let them have it, there's going to be some border gore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The border gore. Gondor's got more points saved up than me, dude. Are they not going for Herodwaith, or did they already claim it all? Oh my god, there's border gore. Why aren't they taking the shore? I don't know. They're trying to do like... They're trying to do something funky. Which I am not a huge fan of. We need to consolidate and get this. We can't let them have that. So we give this up. That's 48 food! But this is string. This is also 40 food. I don't have enough points. I can't believe Gondor is points battling me right now like this. Alright, well, at least I limited the border gore, but they control the southern Mordor mountains for whatever reason. They just really wanted these Mordor mountains. They do have a lot of food down there, which good for them, and a lot of string. Kingdom of Rohan took 26 states. They liberated a bunch of places. So they liberated Khand, the Sunlands, Peladur, and Umbar. They created independent places. Now, Rohan is huge. And missing a lot of factories. Okay, well, I really love when Hearts of Iron lets you use factories in wartime, and then in the peace conference, instead of pausing the game to give you a chance to reallocate your factories before deleting all their production efficiency cap to 0, it just says, screw you, buddy, and it just unpauses the game, removes the factories bottom to top, and it's just, you know, you lose entire production lines, you lose entire production lines. Who cares, right? There should really be like a pause immediately after the peace conference to let you take care of this stuff. That there's not is unfortunate. Frodo's already destroyed the ring, bro. The ring is gone. He already took care of that. He's set. He won. He already left, actually. He went with the elves. He pieced on out. Okay, so where are we at? Where are we at, Aragorn? We've officially won. The good guys win. Game over? Well, that's only if you don't want to leave the faction and go to war with everyone else to try and control Middle-earth for yourself. So, you know, as long as you don't want to do that, I guess we can just unpause while we move everyone around. Expeditionary forces are called back. That works. Let's just reorganize all of our units. We need to figure out how to go to war against Isengard. Like, I literally can't go to war against Isengard to try to take them. After they declared an offensive war against me. They did it first. We pour water into Mount Doom and dig out the melted ring. Go ahead and take your trees. We're also going to lose a bunch of elves. Which is all fine and dandy. We got 50k infantry equipment from somewhere. I think we've just been like mass producing 484 spears a day, so it's time to start doing some weapon upgrades. We got max excavation. We're getting forges and urban industry. Just dude, okay, it would be funny to lob rockets at Rohan though. That would be actually hilarious. But no, let's start getting some better weapons. Yeah, Spearman Equipment 3. Yeah, the elves are so fast, it's actually insane. Okay, Mirkwood and Intwood have returned their expeditionary forces, so it's time to get reorganized. So here's what we need. Let's get a hearty mix of Bannerlords. Actually, no, let's get a stout group of Bannerlords. Because Isengard is easily the biggest threat, right? Like, overall. So Eomer is kind of the panzer leader guy. That makes sense. Our best infantry general, after all that, is arguably Gamling, just because 4453, even though he's only level 3, he has great stats. If you want planning, then Hama has 7 planning, so he's got, like, the most planning and logistics, but maybe not the most offense-defense. And then logistics is this dude. But yeah, let's move Hama over. Okay, you guys all spread out and get ready to invade Isengard, right? Then we're gonna start combining. I don't know, these Mountaineers, I kind of just want to abolish them. We never trained them. I'm just gonna disband. They just make it look like we're stronger than we are. And then the March Wardens of Lothlorien, those guys need to leave, right? Oh, no. Those are the dudes who kind of like came over, they were volunteers, so I think they stay. So this will be kind of like a hybrid army, mostly conscripts. And this one's all Bannerlords, and this one's all conscripts. So we also got Erkenbrand, a field marshal. He's decent. 2323. So we need to, like, govern the borders now. You know what I'm saying? Just in case. So we're gonna have... You guys go there. You guys go there. And then you guys on the border with Gondor. Or the Sunlands, I guess, because the Sunlands are not in a faction, technically. Hold on. Hold that thought. So the Sunlands, we could just go to war with. What? And there's technically a spot there as well. Okay, high culture, weekly stability. We have 100% stability. I don't even know what could bring the stability down at this point. It's as high as it can possibly go. How about an operative slot? And I'm gonna have one operative build an intel network here, and one build an intel network here. Okay, so the plan right now is just build everything. Max infrastructure. At least like 4 out of 5. We are gonna fix Cannot build infrastructure in the dead marshes. Okay. I'm gonna fix Mordor's infrastructure. Alright, it might take a minute to get all that built. How long until we get all of our extra factories back? Or did we already get them back? We might have already got them back. We have about 24 civilian factories at work. Etal, you're beating a dead horse. The good guys won. You beat a dead horse every time you type in my chat, but it doesn't stop you, does it? Rohan evil now? Maybe. Question mark. Urban Industry 5. Max factories in a state plus 20%. Factory output plus 15. Dockyard output plus 10. So now we have even more space, and we're about to get a second one simultaneously. How long before I can do streamlined stuff? Or max level bows, or special forces. Heavy infantry is pretty sweet. Tempting. Or we can just... We never did catch up all of our support companies? Military police are way behind. Yeah, I forgot about them entirely. It's time to stockpile. We got 7 string that we need to trade for. Mirkwood is like out of string. So that's the biggest problem. If we go to war with everyone else is out, is not going to be able to trade with us anymore. So we need to have everything we need before we go to war with them. Supply companies, excellent. Okay, so we finally did, we're working on integrating supply companies with all of our current forces. Let's go mounted archers. And then left to right. Breakthrough plus 20%, org plus 3 for cav. Or recovery rate and max speed up for everybody. Mounted archers. Doesn't affect basic cavalry though. Let's get the ones that just keep buffing cav over and over again. Breakthrough 20%, org plus 3, plus it unlocks blitz. And we can do a new thing. The Master of Horse. You know what? Why did I not ever pick this? This buffs all the cav. 20% speed, 15% armor, 10% soft attack, 10% breakthrough. This, okay, so it's either light cav or medium tanks. You know, cavalry or tanks, your choice. So basically, this dude's amazing. He's the god. Hama, you probably don't get Hama if you don't bring Theoden back. 20% max speed is a ridiculous upgrade. We have 2.5k spare light cav, and I want that to go up even more. The other thing I want is to actually start making light cav 4. Let's go. We have 36 army XP. Let's make our perfect horse lords. So they get the Cutlass 4s or the flail. I like the soft attack here. And they start with leather armor. I enjoyed scale armor. It's a little bit more expensive to produce, but you get +8 hardness instead of -5, and some more armor, and some more base defense, and some more base breakthrough. Plate armor reduces your speed. How much extra steel do we have? We have 300 steel. So if there's a thing here that costs steel, I would like to use that. Maybe we just go plate armor and make them like actual gamer gods. And -5% max speed, I think, is fine. And then we were using coursers for their speed before, but I'm thinking let's go full warhorse. The Destriers get 25% to defense and breakthrough, and their reliability is still good. 25% breakthrough. Let's make some war horses. They're still going to be light cav, but these are going to be the heaviest light cav you've ever seen. Basic reinforced war saddle is what we got right now. 7.5% breakthrough, -10% reliability. This is minus hardness, but plus max speed. Do any of these take steel? Not really. Decorative elite saddle. Reliability goes up, but it costs way more to produce. We have access to nomadic barding. We do, yes. Food consumption goes down, but it's, with maps, it's really not going to be a problem. I don't hate the light riding saddle either. I think we should go for mass production here. I'm just going to stay reinforced war saddle. I think that's fine. You get the breakthrough bonus. If you need more reliability, you can change that one. Now, here's where you can use steel. Scale barding and plate barding lets you use the steel. But production cost goes up plus 20%. See, this is where I'm starting to think, I think plate armor is good, but I don't know if I want to go ham on the production cost, because we're going to have to regenerate thousands of horses. I don't know if I like the plus 20% production cost. But if we're super industrializing, I don't know, maybe it's fine. And then use some steel. I don't like the max speed minus 15%. I think we go scale barding for this. We still get 16 breakthrough plus 10% hardness. And we only lose the teeniest bit of speed. Okay, and I think map is absolutely a necessity, because instead of 2.4 food consumption, it's -1 food consumption and plus 10% max speed, which is insane. And then we have to make a choice. We only have one slot left, because I guess it's a light cavalry. Here's the question we should ask ourselves, though. Oh, wait, yeah, no, that's Light Cav 4. Okay, this is the max one. I was wondering if there was a tier beyond this. So Banner is big defense and breakthrough bonuses. Bedroll is reliability, which you could use, and then you could just overtune the speed and armor. Hardness and armor. Base hardness and armor. More food consumption, more defense and breakthrough. Supply use minus something. Soft attack up. Hardness and armor, shield. There's a few too many tools and things for all these guys. If you wanted more offense, sidearm is actually decent. It's just the reliability hit is unfortunate. Because it's 4 soft attack is actually kind of substantial. And 2 hard attack is pretty substantial. Because they have 30 and 16, and that goes up to 35 and 18. So that's pretty good. I think the sidearm... Sidearm's the best if you can fix reliability. And if you're willing to go maximum production cost, Decorative Elite Saddle gives you the reliability and the same breakthrough. But you have to spend... Yeah, let's go Decorative Elite Saddle. We're going fancy pants. And then I'm willing to go down to, like, I don't know, 90% reliability to maybe eke out some more armor, which also increases breakthrough. So plus 7 armor jumps us from 46 armor and 112 breakthrough to 64 armor, almost 50% more armor. Take less damage and perform more attacks in combat. And then breakthrough, of course, lets you be on the offense longer. Light cav. How about... Theo Dread. The welterweight cav. I don't know. What do we name the first one? It was about speed. The first one was speed. This one is heft. The chunked cav. Just need to know what it is. Dude, the design is too expensive by literally 1 point. I just need a teeny bit more. I'm just gonna leave this open. Somebody do a push-up. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Just to do some exercises. That actually did make it go up faster. All right, chunked cav is ready. Which means the Shadowfax Light Cav 3, you're out. Let's see the difference. So, to manufacture, it's going to take, you know, 60% longer to manufacture the chunked cav. They also cost way more steel, which is fine. But the breakthrough goes from 39 to 85. We doubled the breakthrough. We increased hardness by 50%. Soft attack goes from 24 to 35. Hard attack goes from 15 to 18. Max speed is down to 11.5 kilometers per hour, so they are slower. Which, they say 12.6 here. Because we armored them up. I would have liked them to be faster, but that's still pretty fast. Armor goes from 20 to 64, 3 times the armor. Reliability is about the same. Food consumption's higher as well, so there's definitely some downsides, and we gotta spool up production efficiency again. They're heavy light tanks. Heavy light tank horsies, exactly. And I want some more archery cav too when we have the option. We're also going to need some more bows. Okay, at this point, I think we can just go 4 times speed. See if anything else crazy happens in the world. Or if things have chilled. It's so funny we can't go to war with Isengard. Let's go 5 times speed. burn that processor. We're still mass producing military factories, which is shrinking the available regular factories we have. City forges, max factories and estate up, factory output up, dockyard output up, all of those things. Before we do anything else, before we get even more military factories up, I don't like what I'm seeing with regard to I feel like we need more civilian factories, basically. I know that it's kind of late to invest in civilian factories. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Advanced espionage, extra operative slots. Yeah, sure, having one thing dedicated there is not a bad idea. Is it time to think about rocket sites? Why not? Can you do that funny plus 20% civ factories for 2 years? Maybe. What happened to my... Oh, we didn't have a chief researcher. Arnord declared war on the Gundabad. Oh, so Gundabad's at war with, like, everyone. And they're inviting me. Yeah, I'm not going, dudes. Sorry, I'm not going. Own operative detection minus 20%? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, where are you gonna go? You go build an intel network inside of Isengard. Spear equipment 3. Let's just go straight to the bottom. Spear equipment 4. And I'm not gonna change the production line yet. Not for a bit. I will continue to increase centralization and just keep stacking political power gain. Nothing wrong with that. Mounted Archers 2, go to Mounted Archers 3. I don't even want to look at the stats until you have the new stuff. Military police, likewise, are just going to keep making our occupation easier. We can probably do civilian oversight for all these dudes now. Oops, not local autonomy. Necessarily. Long distance spells, that was fast. Huh. Chat, long distance spells. Have you ever seen a long distance spell? Would you say that it looks a little bit like a winged rocket? Just curious. Not sure if you've ever borne witness to one before. 130, suddenly 133k spare infantry equipment. That's pretty cool, dude. What do we have logistics problems with? Probably just Cav, but we're just still taking a long time to spool that up. It's hard to tell how many we're going to be missing. Counter espionage. About more farm resources. I am not joining you guys' stupid war against Gundabad, okay? I ain't doing it. You know what's great about having a map that's this size instead of normal World War II? Look at my 5 times speed. My computer's like, yeah, I can actually handle this, bro. It's crazy. We're getting optimized here. More long distance spells. And I keep getting to modify my government as well. Chief Researcher. I don't really care about these anymore. I'm just going to take the dude who gives you 2% every year stacking and see. That'll maybe eventually add up. Spearman Equipment 4. Alright, and then there's Infantry Equip. So that'll burn through some steel and also some wood. Do we even have enough wood? Not really, unless we close our economy down. Which we could. We're also out of people to really trade. String is really the biggest issue for us, I think. So if wood is a huge problem, we probably don't want general infantry equipment. We would probably want to stop at Spearman Equipment 4. Except, we need to research it so we can get the bonuses. So that makes sense. However, let's take a look at the difference. So we're using affordable, mass-produced equipment on the left. And this is what we just researched. So it's really similar in defense. Mass-produced actually has better breakthrough, weirdly. Worse soft attack, which is probably what you care about more, and worse hard attack. And way worse reliability, and worse piercing. So this is going to be better, but cost you more resources. But we have plenty of steel, so I'm just going to go ahead and go boop. And then watch this 93% production efficiency. Go to 18. But it builds up pretty fast on 5 times speed. Now we got to just replace every single spear in the armed forces. And I'm just going to mass produce some civilian factories here. Okay, military police suppression bonus. Do you have anything else on labor that we can use besides food from farms? Oh yeah, we can finally get these things. Either efficiency, retention, or growth. I'll do the plus 10% growth, I guess. Because I never try that one. And that'll help us in situations like the one that we just suffered. But yeah, we got about 200,000 spare infantry equipment now. 3K spare bows. 4K spare light cav. 7K trucks. 12K support equipment. So it's starting to look pretty good. And now we're getting even more leather. That's the most leather we can get. These are some pretty good ground bonuses here. Soft attack plus 5%. It's lovely. So, chat, the only way I could go to war with everyone is if I leave the faction. This is going to be the stupidest... This is gonna be the stupidest war. I can't even get limited levy unless I'm belligerent or at war. And I can hire mercs, but I have to give up division org and also a bunch of consumer goods factories. Super long distance spells. And mounted horses. Okay, long distance spells is still hilarious to me. We can build our own rocket sites now. And our long distance spells can go 11,000 kilometers. 1K strategic bombing. 10,000 kilometers per hour. Oh yeah. You have no idea what Rohan is planning for you, sirs. I'm gonna go bop, bop, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, you have no idea. 9 in the East Fold, 10 in Sarn Gabir. Okay? You have no idea what's coming down the pipe here. I remember when Gandalf hit a Balrog with a V3 rocket. So epic. Dude, so epic. .6 years ahead of time. Let's get the bow upgrade. Support archers and regular archers 10% better soft attack. Cool, cool, cool. And you know what time it is? It's time to make a mounted archer. The bow Hirim heavy. Mark 1. Plate armor, plus 35% armor, plus 10% hardness, 4 defense, 4 breakthrough. Short bow or long bow? Long bow has more soft attack, and then I don't know what else is different about them. Kind of seems like the longbow has worse reliability, and then slightly less breakthrough. Chad, would you rather have soft attack or breakthrough? I feel like I'd rather have breakthrough, but I don't know. Defense breakthrough, the destriers, max speed. Should we go speedy, boys? Or hybrid? Let's go hybrid. Mirrors, defense up, breakthrough up, max speed up, reliability a little bit up. Well, a little bit down, actually. We'll go decorative elite saddle for you as well. That'll boost the reliability. And then barding. I feel like 75%'s bad. I'm gonna go cloth just to boost the reliability, like 20%. That way we can afford to have the maps, which I think are can't live without. Food consumption -1, plus the max speed bonus. They don't really have much breakthrough, but they should have a crazy amount of soft attack per unit. Is there a % soft attack bonus? That would be OP, probably. Yeah, that would be kind of OP. I see Isengard still lives somehow. We don't talk about that. I guess you could just add more raw soft attack, but I don't know if that's worth it for 10% reliability. Maybe just hardness and armor? I think I'm just going to go 10% reliability. Give them bedrolls, give them maps, and then make them so fast. Chat, this is not. "32 kilometers per hour? I am the definition of speed. Who needs armor when you have 124 soft attack, right? All right, 30.5 kilometers per hour. How about Bohirim Super Mark 1? It's 56 design? 56, bro. Why is this so expensive, man? All right, I gotta leave this up on the screen for 20 army XP. Okay, I don't want to have to make this again because they can't save a blueprint as far as I know. Maybe you can. I like that noise. I never heard that noise before. What did I just click? Oh, I just renamed them. Plop, plop, plip plop, plip plop. They're almost elven. They're close. I wish I could minimize this. I'm just gonna work around it, I suppose. I can make this cheaper if I just change the armor and speed, and that'll change it to 43. And then we can just upgrade the armor and speed when we have more points. Perhaps that's worth. And that'll be the Mark II Super version. The Super version. The classic, waiting for the month to roll over so I can afford the event. Correct. That's effectively what I'm doing, yeah. I need one more point. Just one. Andurian is honking at chat. Thanks for the 5 months, Andurian. Sorry if I missed you earlier, but I appreciate the sub. Welcome back for one more. Our Archer Cav is faster than casual elf infantry. This is good, yeah. We gotta be faster than... Well, we will be faster than the elves. Eventually. Alright, 42.8. 42.9. 43. Boom. Boop. Okay, let's start a line of the Bohirim Super Archers. I want to compare them, actually. Hold on. I'm curious. How different are they? So the original version 1 Bohirim have 8 defense. These guys have 12. The new guys have 15 breakthrough instead of 5, so they're already like 50% better. Hardness plus 10%. Soft attack on the old ones is 74 versus 96. Hard attack 5.5. That's probably similar. 7.5. The armor goes up from 6 to 33, and reliability is way up also. Cool. All right, yeah, let's start some factories for the new Bohirim boys. Rip my resources soon. So we're gonna shave off 5 factories from the spearman equipment and from the support equipment to start feeding into the mounted archers. Unfortunately, that means we are low on stuff. But I think it's a good time to change our economic policies so that we're not trading as much, because we have an export focus right now. So if we go to more limited exports, we'll only feed 25% of our resources to markets. We might lose a couple factories, but we'll lose some political power also, but I think it's worth. And then let's hire maybe a researcher. It seems so late to hire researchers. Production efficiency cap -5. I guess there's other stuff, huh? Besides just research. Like this. Efficient. What? Plus 15% efficiency cap, -5% base. OP as hell, mod developers. Jesus, I did not see this until now. Are you serious? That's like a research and a half past max level, and I only lose 5% base? That's actually ridiculous. So we can go up to 105% efficiency cap now, just to lose a little extra base. That's so overpowered. Soft attack bonus for the boys. Let's give them medicine. Yeah, I can do another. I can do the construction speed plus 20% now, plus 10% factories. So let's do that. Is that what you're thinking of, DreamMag? Maybe you were thinking of that one. I'm also researching the one that will streamline the efficiency cap and growth another 10%. So we are hurtling towards OP. We have more leather than we know what to do with. I'm surprised I still need so much string. There's really no one left to trade with. You have to have string for bows and mounted archers, so I guess that makes sense. So we're eventually going to start training some manpower, because we have 1 million manpower. Let's go ahead and edit the Bannerlords themselves. Do we really need first aid tents instead of something else? We could probably get the ballista research done, actually. And now that I have advanced long-distance super missile spells, let's get, where are the siege weapons again? Yeah, I haven't researched them at all. Chat, what does siege, what does this stuff do? What does this do, man? Catapults, trebuchets, siege towers, I don't know. Do we really even need ballistas? Uh-oh, Gondor has 8K deployed Air Force manpower. That could be troublesome. Siege towers are a support company that can add plus 80% urban attack. So specifically against cities. And are ballistas just anti-armor? What should I do? Maybe we need to get our own Air Force. Do we want... Yeah, the Ride Wardens. We're gonna get our own Air Force. Heart attack plus 25%, piercing plus 100. That's useful too. So we're not going to make general infantry equipment. Too expensive. Advanced bow upgrade is cool. Catapults are OP in this. I guess I am looking for a new support company, so let's research catapults. Okay, is it time to start training new divisions, or do we just want to do it all at one time? Do we want to wait to have more stuff stockpiled? I'm deleting this. Don't care about the mountain divisions. Mirkwood's going crazy with the unfilled imports. Operative slots. Most of these give an operative slot. 3 operative slots? But operations are way more... No, that one's not good. Let's go resistance target down, compliance gain up. That one just seems super solid. Okay, let's go 5x for a minute, because we can afford to do that. I don't need resistance suppression anymore. I actually need construction engineering. That'll help us build infrastructure and supply hubs and all that faster, because I think that's what we're currently building, or we will be building. I swear, I just built a ton of civilian factories and none of them... We still only have 27. What is going on, dude? Max factories in the state. 20% construction speed is huge. And then we got that final 10% efficiency cap. So our factories are as good as they're ever going to be. With that. I got Eagles coming in. Weren't Rangers going to be hella expensive? What was the reason why we didn't make these guys? What did they cost? I feel like I'm missing something somewhere. Where am I missing? Medicine, I guess. It's nothing crazy. Just some support company perks. I'm not reading all that, Sewer Rat. Thanks for the sub, though. What's up? Hello for 46 months. I appreciate the sub. Donk. Donk. What am I forgetting? I guess we'll eventually need radar stations. Love the copy pasta. True copy pasta is when you don't even mean to do it. That's the craziest part. That's how you know it's true. Infantry Pikes 1. So this is the equivalent of like anti-armor in base Hearts of Iron, where you just get like your basic infantry just gets better against armor. In this case, it would just help us fight any enemy horses. I don't think I want to spend this political power. I think we're finally ready to start our training in earnest. We're building infrastructure insanely fast. We do have 12, 24, 36 or so factories now. Surat, don't spam your own copy pasta. Okay, man? Not a good look. Trying too hard. It's la 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 time instead. Trickleback plus 6%, minus 5% XP loss. Cool. All right, Catapult 1. Are Catapult 2s or Trebuchets better? Oh, these have bombardment. That's funny. So this is like infrastructure bombing. So probably catapults then. Trebuchets are railguns? Okay. Well, that's actually kind of interesting then. Both, I suppose. Unfulfilled imports, it's going to keep happening. Insufficient resources, going to keep happening. Too much political power is going to keep happening. Are any of these other guys cool? I mean, this dude's just a flat 3% to research speed, so why not? Gertrude can handle it. Chad, we have 267,000 spare infantry equipment, 24,000 spare support equipment, 7K light cav, which we're currently working on. We got Shadowfax Machine Mark II, 2K are spare. We're trying to replace all the cav with the chunked, which we have 25 factories. 15 unmounted archers, still getting maximum efficiency here. They can all go up to 115% production efficiency cap. And I think it's time to start the mass training. I believe we want to change their field first aid tent to support catapults, right? We lose a ton of HP, a little bit of organization. However, we get a whopping 45 soft attack, 13 hard attack, and that's before we even get the good catapults. But we're gonna need to start producing catapults. That's sort of the downside. And at the moment, I'm not ready because I'm trying to research everything. We need fighter eagles. We need catapult 2s. We have so many needs. I can make fighter eagles. All right, infantry pikes 2. So our infantry has the maximum amount of baseline heart attack and piercing. So we're researching trebuchets, catapults. Not farming specialization. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Wait, yes it does. Hold on. I just spent a bunch of army XP, I think, on accident. It's okay. We're also making radar, which I think is hilarious. On the border with Rohan, I mean with Gondor. And Isengard. Palantir. Yeah, a different type. Palantir is a real thing in real life, and now we're using it. Yes, Palantari at this point. Eventually, they're going to start hacking these, so I guess encryption research up is not the worst idea. Speaking of, increase our cryptology level. Can we do any intelligence agency stuff? Infiltrate. Orchestrate a coup. Where is Saruman's? For Saruman, we can only infiltrate the Air Force, the Army, or the civilian administration. There's not really much we can do there. It's kind of lame. But yeah. Okay, gamers, I think it's time to start training in mass. So we need to create our own division. Oh, dude, we're gonna need so much army XP, it just occurred to me. I need every single unit to do army exercises. That's going to be the only way to do this. To generate enough army XP for this to make sense. I didn't think about it. How stop being cooperative? Yeah, everyone's made their choice at this point. You kind of can't really change it. What do we even want, equipment-wise? Maybe just, like, more spears. Go from there. I think we're gonna need more than 38 army XP to make a division of the Bohirim. We don't have to do it immediately. I wanted to try making some rangers. But what was the reason why we didn't want to do that? So Rangers have way more breakthrough, 3 times as much soft attack, 33% more hard attack. They use fewer supplies. They have more room for more food capacity. Are they special forces? Yeah, they're special forces. So the biggest issue is that I think they take a significant number of bows and supplies. So Rangers use bows. That, like, just adding one dude, one Ranger dude here will take 1,000 bows total out of our 13K storage stockpile. Oh my god. So hypothetically, as it stands right now, we're using 48 bows. Adding 2 groups of Rangers ups that to 88, so it almost doubles. Bows are like artillery at this point. But they go from 313 soft attack, and just adding 2 takes us to 435 soft attack. That's wild. Okay, what if we add 2 divisions of Rangers, remove the support archers, and add a support catapult? That's almost another 40 soft attack. We gotta make the catapults though, that's the trick. Now I need more combat width. Or we go way, way down on line artillery. 3,200 in total for this, and that's 34 combat width. I want 35 combat width. How can I do that? Like this, but that would take us from... The requirement for bows will be 3,400, infantry equipment will be 30,000, and we need catapults. 1 line catapult. But then I have to make even... I already have 250 catapults that I need. I was thinking about just 4 squads of Rangers and then 1 line archer, but... Math is hard here. I guess we don't need 2. How many special forces can we even have? $78 from the looks of it. 612 soft attack. I know, it's so stupid. All right, we would need 1,700 catapults for this. So what if we just did that? What if we just did this? 35 combat width to fight on the plains. We have 1 support catapult, 1 line catapult, 75 soft attack just from the line catapult. 11 skirmishers, a standard bearer to boost resistance, 2 line archers. So our bow demand goes up by 2,200. We need 1,000 catapults, and we need 15,000 infantry equipment. The Bannerlords are going to be goated, okay? They're going to be goated. It's about to get silly. I'm shocked Rohan can even get Rangers. Yeah, I don't know why they can get Rangers either, to be honest. I don't have a clue. So the good news is we have upgraded our infrastructure in most of Rohan. I don't know where all these extra factories came from, but I'll take it. I'm gonna do the thing that I always love doing in every campaign, which is getting my core infrastructure up to level 5. Wherever it may be. I find it very satisfying to just have a full network of level 5 infrastructure, you know what I'm saying? That's not mine. I honestly think we can build it pretty fast. I'm building all the rocket sites first. Siege trebuchets. Okay, siege trebuchets are gonna be... Let's get the catapult bonuses since we're already doing the research, and then we got fighter eagles. Okay. Let's start getting some fighter... Do I have to... Oh my god, there's an eagle builder? What is this? I don't have any air experience. How do you build air XP, pray tell? There's not even a master of eagles. What's the best way to do air XP in this? No idea. Unless you just have to build basic ones and then train. Which is terrible. Okay, I need more factories dedicated to this. Or do I? I'm just gonna take some off of there. We need string. Dude, string is the hottest commodity, dude. There's nowhere to even get it from. I should have taken the areas that had more string. Democracies can't justify war goals against countries that have not generated world tension. Okay, so we may have a problem. I didn't realize we were considered a democracy. So we might be doing all this for actually no reason. Because in my mind, I was just gonna go over here. Wait, I was just gonna go over here, leave faction, and then declare war on any of my neighbors, but all of my neighbors are also undeclarable. Okay, I think I'm building up all my forces for actually no reason. See, in my mind, I was like, it's no problem. I'm just gonna go here and train 48 simultaneous divisions and start a war against Gondor. Can you hire an advisor to change your government type? See, here's the thing. You can change the popularity of a government type, but I don't think changing the popularity implicitly changes the government type. This is cooperative support. We only have cooperative support. It's the only one. So we can't change. Should have stuck with Wormtongue. Maybe we should have stuck with Wormtongue. But hey, we got to ride for ruin and all that. But now I've just been building up infrastructure for funsies, which to be honest, is satisfying in its own way to see where you max out your 118% of production efficiency cap, making 400 spears a day, and 43 support equipment. And we have so much, we have 9,000 spare light cav, which would allow me to change the Rohirrim cavalry, give them logistics companies, and I could simultaneously train. We only had 18 divisions mined. Total. Ever. I would actually be able to train 24 simultaneous Rohirrim cavalry before going to 0 cav. That's what I wanted to see. I just wanted to be able to do this. Double our light tank cavalry production in one fell swoop and feel like, yeah, I could do that. Now, we'd probably run short on them when the war started without doing even more factories, but 25 factories is a good amount. All right, well, it is what it is, chat. My bad. I didn't mean to waste the last hour and a half, or however long it was. I was competing for total score, and I still came in second. We were... Listen, Army score is cheating. All right, Air Force is cheating. Industry, we tied. That's a tie. Land score, I win. I win. Good game still. Yeah, it was still a good game, yeah. Mod's fun. Look, I was just stalling, because let's say I can't end the stream after 4.5 hours anyways, but I can end one after 6.5 hours. However, I'm not going to do another campaign right now. I want to, like, kind of bebop over, do something else, you know? But if you were going to start as Erebor, I missed the entire mod. Robot Mystic, what were you thinking? Look at all these Dwarven national focuses. Unite with Gondor. Psh. Stand with Dale. The dwarf. The dwarf. Either way, really cool. Fun mod. Had a lot of fun. Enjoyed it. Glad to finally dip my toes in the mod waters. That means we will probably do some more in the future. But I want to try to find something else to do tomorrow. There might be a Rogue Star Citizen stream in the not too distant future before 3.24 comes out because it's been so long. Or there might be some other random returning things. I don't know if I can bring myself to do Crusader Kings mods. I'm not sure if I'm there yet. I'm not sure. So I'll just see what I feel like doing tomorrow. If anything. It's a little... We're in that kind of no man's land right now, which happens every so often. But Lord of the Rings mod for Hearts of Iron was fun. I think a nice change of pace from regular Hearts. Though it did make me crave some things from regular Hearts, such as the longer form of the campaigns and also the... Again, the rock, paper, scissors. There's not really any air or naval combat that is of note because it's so hard to get eagles, which also makes sense, probably. Wait, I miss having like an Air Force and like trying to build a Navy. But yeah, it's really cool. There's a lot of other great mods out there too. So we'll just say a short stream today. Short one today. Sewer Rat, thanks again for the sub, bro. I appreciate it. I'm here, Rapid Recline. The war has been over for like an hour and I didn't realize it. The only person in chat who realized it was the person who I slammed for saying, stop beating the dead horse. But to be honest, don't try and hash other people's vibe, bro. Let us just continue to have fun. Everybody who plays Hearts of Iron will always stay after a campaign is basically over to just see, now that they have all their land, what can you do with it? And it's fun to see like what total mobilization looks like. So I would have enjoyed doing that anyways. I jump back into X4 and I'm re-addicted again. X4 is a fun time. The only thing I don't like about X4 is having to like do all the exploration over again at the beginning. Exploration would be way more fun if the systems were randomized. The fact that the map is literally a hex, a bunch of hexes together, and they didn't come up with a system to randomize the location of all the regions is crazy to me, okay? All the DLCs, all the updates X4 has had, and they never made a system to move the map in a random organization each time you start a campaign, so that they're in the exact same position every time, with only very slight randomization on the maps themselves, where the location of the stations within a given map change. But just move the hexes around and have some of the, like, because it's all based on either gates. It's all based on gates anyways, right? They're not even literally connected. You have to go through a gate. Which just move the location of the gates, right? Am I crazy? The gates teleport you. You could teleport wherever. But that would be 10 times more fun to be able to explore X4. Right now, as it stands, I just don't want to have to explore the entire, like, universe of X4 every time I start a new campaign. To be like, okay, yeah, that's the other thing. I just remembered, if I want to play with, if I want to get the ships that I want to get, I have to do the campaign stories again. I can't be asked. I'm sorry. It's just not possible. Give me a true sandbox, detached from the campaign storylines, please. Please. Nope. How about a story DLC that's entirely based on campaign stories instead? Wrong direction. We need to do a U-turn. X4 is a fantastic game. It's just like it sounds like I'm talking shit. I don't mean to. I put 200 hours into it, and it was some of the best 200 hours of any sci-fi strategy sandbox game ever. It's just not as replayable as it could be. It could be the perfect space sandbox game with some more randomization. Instead, I would not declare that it is perfect. I would say that it is great if you've never experienced it, and it gets progressively less so the longer you've played it. There's nothing wrong with that, though. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, chat. I am going to send you guys off on an end-of-stream raid, okay? Let's go say what's up to Loganolio, who's doing some just chatting, which is always a good time. I'm just chatting right now, so I'm going to send you all over there, okay? Go give Loganolio some love. If you make the perfect game, what do you make next? If it had Star Citizen money, it could be great. It is great, don't get me wrong. But I also don't think money would help. I think that what they want is detached from what I want. I think what the X4 devs want is different from what I want. To me, my simplistic rendition of their developer mindset is that they have this amazing sandbox, but they resent the fact that it's a sandbox and wish that it was like a respected Oscar award-winning story game. You know what I mean? Like they made a sandbox, but they want to be like God of War for some reason. And I don't understand. It's just like, bro, your strengths are you made this. You have the strengths. And you keep doing the thing that's the worst part of the game, and you're doubling, tripling down. I don't get it. So anyway, goodbye, chat. Good night. I'll probably see you tomorrow for something else. We'll do another thing. Thanks for watching. Mod Time Hearts was fun. Two stream campaign. That was a 2-stream campaign.